Yat in dodlich. Ede bekaart op hun beka zaakjes in de kon. Dit ador is gewoon has aantje kon. Ze bouwen has anja. Dat is de heidliest. Dat is zo ja COVID die hier is zo. Ja de badens in linke kon ede is zo dat ja every day you know de ja na die zande. They're still hurting. They're still very vulnerable. Levels to head jishiko. Some I engage in don't say they still cough and they still go through that. But that does not get us into the cosm target us at but that is not yes into they're still I think so that a bench in the change any do since average in the hospital and that that they about then zaakjes zien dat dan hallo bekaart op hoe niet te go het eigenlijk dan ga je af en toe door de video and have an actual plan how to go about de wat zaakjes ko die het hij dus ook op die trace is in klaar die video die het en dan die even zien tot de zin bij die zero is het zullen komen dat het even Deze oorlog sommige staan in de strijd dat is. Alhoewel staan twisten, zelfs die toch heel kaas. Waarom nog het zuiden kontje na Adon de hash echt die hash wel. Na dat kun na dat zuiden. Had het ding door in het aan. Adon dat zo na wij adon zo'n beetje na de aan continu aan te komen. Ben dat je net in zo adon had dat ze. Adam de ebika kon wat ade het gaat de hang niet lang en de kon de van het ja no gaat die de net no die de kon ade kon omdat het en dan de kon de zo na na zaden de kon shibi auto de siki kwa ake asin so de kwa ake de ache de die anane trado anane pas en de ko je na ta de kon de La is kado ko hasina dat na net zien to is adesi is ade ben je klaar de heji zo is moet ade ko je bietje ko je het dus bij het je de kon ko je bietje dus to kon asaki kreeg bij beso dan kon je hoja de kon de quiz kan dat zien yen gaat op de code no staan dan je kan je bietje ik heb al het gekeken zo door niet around dat die could be some then we go home zien is niet trans dat dat je ben beter dan de copy voor ben na die tas zo het around dat around de econ is door niet had door niet ja het nou just door dit zo dat ik kan bij had die tas ben niet geen die place niet zaak is misschien ni je lenin dotse je ben je peso ni neli da ook chido iki be na ho so de ki da ko ba ban sa ke de ko da three sound de ki just kjk atune aware na ho obviously hido ho de pesnando de lego na ho so de ade ko ban si ke de ko da adon da has three do ho auch mit da ha Ahujin in da credo dat hier konde si dat bedo hode kan de konde edo abanan si odin habdinata ido lesin de kon adon ke da is enedo da hadon de kon ahujin in nepsia kanto dat hier adoko at hingo do konde I kon sudan in do na da hadon do dat hier kon de kon e baheti si zo in de kon si de net na son dat de kon so lagita فأجد يكون هسوي نيش كوندا نيش هالشي وليد يكون تيجي نيش وده يدار تيجي وده يكون سوزن بيجي يكون وده يبدأ أطلع نازلا وده يجشنه وده يكون شلون جشنه كان نيش يكون أشيد يكون هتوه تيجي وده يكون هذا يكون شلون دولش هذا يكون شلون شلون دولش كون هذا يكون نادي تيجي تيجي ده dat ik kon bij de ken je op kaartje kon bij de kon ja ik kon ja het kon niet ja het net op Nanaslado be yato had the Zigido company, Jindo, Sakisdo, Zigito, Toto, or Edo, yet he bended, he alone of this. Other than settle, Edo called another Nissanido as they than Zenito com, but the Tahuye, Edo, bended, Hido com, alone of this door. It is not a cut, it is not the needle this com. I don't see not close, either that is a continually either this. Navajo project, Benadi das Ansi, Kaya Pigito, Hadonigi, Ebenadi das, Ebe Nancy Trees, Ebe Nadi Nido, Ebe Eti Kabe, Nihena has been Dobe, and Hina the yes castle is that they come, had it 3 years ago, the deep in the that they come to the yes, but how they go up, they come back, Nije, Ojonas sleep, Ojonas sleep, Ojonas sleep, Ojonas sleep, Ojonas sleep. Yes,
Akela, General Katsadin Zanishanta, Kododi Bini Bish, they'll get MRPB gain Junior, Akela, Adovanache, Kondi, Eklani, Glondo, Deep Bini B. The agenda any thousand souls proposed agenda. So Tsage, yeah, recognizing guests and visiting officials. So
for the record.
Kudoyash, yeah,
Chair, this is Peggy. Did I miss something? I'm sorry.
Delegate Yeller is on the line for the record.
Oh, you have been a Delegate Yellow Hair. So noted.
let me switch here. The internet's something's wrong with the internet here. Can you hear me, Peggy?
Yes, Chair, I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me switch gears. Let me dial in here real quick. Hello, can you hear me, Peggy?
Yes, Chair, loud and clear. Thank you.
There he goes. I had to get off the Zoom here. It's not working. But this morning, thank you. Kudo engineer khatsa days and even at Ado di kade national kata agenda ni taus so as a proposed agenda. And recognizing guests and visiting officials. So even at di kudo ni kudo budget and finance committee members. Or maybe they wonder who we are. So Vice Chair Smith, if you would introduce yourself to the public.
Okay, that Chairman Henio, the Budget and Finance Committee members, the Sagi, Bisao, yeah, they've been, okay, that's what is in Hindla. Say, Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chair Smith, Budget and Finance, I did trust it. But the next year, the decision, I don't get to cheat me. What's this thing? One of that here, that's she. I don't know, that's another. That's the under my toy. Yeah, has been though. Slow bash, yeah. That's the under my total. I had that zeal. Can't hear them, say tour. Yeah, fish my son. She's not good. That's not to be son, to be nothing. Look, okay, last. Sure, Henry. The Sheikh Alam, National Albert Smith. I don't know, so the shop. National they'll get Jimmy Yellow here.
Good morning. President Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. The select chair, Jimmy Henio, chairman. Aaron Raymond Smith Jr., vice chairperson. Good morning. And the rest of my colleagues are Daniel Brown, Amber Crowdy, and then myself. Elmer Becase, a good prayer. God bless. The never to the news and that's what I was on. I don't know, is or 11 distance and hidden there. 8 of the citizen by inland size a share. A coho say, yeah, I don't end slingy, ya talk and slid or torch in, passes chin on the start, so that's another. I don't. Saying that say, I don't know where to team about it. Now, shut out or the other black mesa, rough hole, yep, a cat, it's not Aniki, Nasa, Jilitina, Aniki, and where are she, I said, this Wolf Creek Canyon hole, yet, she is say, a coti, Bana Shani, the neck best, not only that she like a photo. The Ray Black Mesa chapter, Jim Pagade, out on the fourth lake of the out on the big about Hudson Pinion, her story talk gripper well, out on the headed down hard drop, a kuyat to not as it in there, Kodo is not anki, Kodo have let the yat or hit it clinicky, Kodo it's and he has so the Njinopi had the Kato out of Nanhinan, so that the Nick a shared not chairman. Thank you for the time. God bless all of the Navajo Nation. On Sorole, go back on mute.
She can listen to that. They'll get Jimmy over here. I listen to that. They'll get Amber Knusbach Cardi. Listen to that. They'll get Amber Knusbach Cardi. Listen to that. They'll get Nathaniel Brown. Nishan. They'll get Nathaniel Brown. No, so stop. They'll get Elmer P. Begay.
Yeah, to Toledo, other members of the Budget Finance Committee, about the dice not on shady, not as couple of slow, torture, but not in the city, or see the another. Out on the day, and the Sade home. What is the door at King door to Hartley door, like about okay, the door, other than the usually talk in Panasha home. But I love, yeah.
Chairman Tenio, this is Delegate Crowdy. I apologize. I was on mute.
Michaela, Shenandoah Delegate Elmer P. Gay, other Shenandoah Delegate Amber Kanesma Cardi, introductions.
Oh, yeah, to the net, all of our relatives on the line. Kia Ani Nishla, the Lagana Buses team, the Viking people, Destiny Bishate, the Lagana Bishanilla, the potato people from Ireland. Say Amber Kanesma Cardi with the chef. Tohakoi Bent Shaw, on the Budget and Finance Committee representing northern agencies, but I represent the communities of Sheep Springs, Tigray Hill, Helena, Sanofi, Red Valley, Cove, Bedia, and Quabato. I'm also the chair of the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee, and today we're receiving training from the National Criminal Justice Training Center on how to work with law enforcement and our missing persons. So thank you, Chairman, and for everyone who's on the line. As we receive the written reports, if I could get the written reports sent via email, that would be perfect so we could expedite our time for this agenda. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Shenandoah, for the introduction. Other Shenandoah Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Kushina, with that, let's move forward on their agenda introduction. It's called Other Recognizing Guests and Visiting Officials. We do have our staff.
Chair Hinius.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Chair Ado Sukedo Subne, Budget and Finance Committee. Say at Troban Hanslo, look up Basichin, Kiani, Basiche, as a fan of Basinala. Ado, I am also at the Missing and Murdered Indigenous People meeting with our federal partners. So we got to continue this work. A promise that we have made to our people who are struggling to find our missing relatives. Agenda the bakan because the isn't do yeah she's up and they stole the Kwegi. So there's in the line last na do not Toshik Ados Neda is not Spagi Kwegi she I did nothing legit. Honey the car nature of alcohol. But those is on the chair at Shamado Shamasan Peggy Del Deshi Shehe and Soda.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, introduction. Ado Shea Yashanaholji, Chair of the Budget and Finances, Jamie Hinio. Ado Hash listening to the Chini, but she's chain. To get lineage that Tobas additionally that echo. Ado Tlachinde Nasha. Tlachinde Toji later Tiso. Ado Edna, but the Shako, 24th Navajo Nation Council class at Dako. Yeah, Ibinibi, Ado Doni Nanshadil, any Dohadishini Galbrat, Egishi, Kodoshe, that Hila, Jonan today, case what I dish Diko Hil Degi, not at Egishim Kona Sitado. Other than Jaya Kodom, me staff, Miss Peggy Nakainisha, introduce yourself. They're probably wondering who's behind the voice from the legislative branch.
Okay, thank you, Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Yate Bina to everyone. She Peggy Nakai and she Legislative Advisor in Shle Office of Legislative Services Holyek and Ashnish. The Beth Janin Shlon Halsoy Bashes Chin, 20 Dashichedo, Tachini Dashinella. They can Hojonde Nasha.
Thank you, Peggy, for the introduction. Ramona Are you on the line? Ramona Nelson? Okay. I believe with that, that's Kodoshin and Dinox Agi Kodo on the audience, listening audience, the Kodoe Budget and Finance Committee and our legislative branch staff in each of the house in the so I've been at Koi these in also recognizing guests and visiting officials. So nomination officer, the speaker, 24th nomination council. Are there any staff on the line?
Good morning, Chair. Yat e bene. She Kianish Lindo Twohi at Lini Bashin, Ashinda Chado Touching Additional. She Donovan Hanley and Shia. Good morning, Chair and committee members. This is Donovan from the Speaker's Office.
Chief Donovan, for your introduction and acknowledging you're on the call. Thank you for joining us. Any other staff members from the legislative branch? Office of the Speaker.
This is Lurleen Tapahi with Office of Legislative Counsel. I'm covering today's meeting. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Lurleen. Thank you for joining us. The Office of Legislative Counsel is on the line with us. With that, do we have now anybody from Navajo Department of Justice? I think I see Audra on the line.
Mr. Chair, this is Mel Rodas from the Tax and Finance Unit of DOJ. Good morning.
Good morning, Mel. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Oh, excuse me.
Go ahead. Good.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Adjoa, also from the Tax and Finance Unit at DOJ.
Good morning, Adjoa. Thank you for being on the call with us. With that, moving to the Office of the President and Vice President. Is there anybody from the Office of the President and Vice President on the line? Office of the President and Vice President. Okay, moving forward to the Navajo Nation Judicial Branch. Office of Madam Chief Justice Joanne Jane. Is there anybody on the line from Office of, from Judicial Branch? Okay, moving forward to Navajo Nation chapters, the representatives from the chapter governments. Okay, moving forward, let's go to 24th Navajo Nation Council. Do you have any of our colleagues on the line? 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Chairman, this is Delegate Otto Stowe. I'm on the line. Can you guys hear me? Okay. Ide nakadnansle. Do nans ezkapa basishin. Do katnela shi do. Na jini ida shinalo. It nansli do. Chwana nestete nebenans ne. Oh, ade at sosna khada ne ade chanel epe ko ek adishtig kunza I serve on the Law and Order Committee on the Navajo Nation Standing Committee. I also serve as the chairman for the Navajo Hopi Land Commission.
Chairman Otto Stowe, thank you for joining us. Listening on the line. Then let's move forward to Navajo Nation divisions and programs. Do we have any program staff on the line?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Elizabeth Begay, Acting Controller.
Thank you, Ms. Begay, Madam Controller, for being on the line with us. Thank you. Any of your other staff members on the line with you? Office of the Controller.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Robert Willie with the Controller's Office also.
Good morning, Rob. Mr. Willie, thank you for joining our call this morning. We'll go to Office of Management and Budget.
Yeah, hey, this is Cordell, Contracts and Grants.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Shorty, thank you for being on the call with us. Any other staff members from the Office of Management and Budget? Let's move forward. Next item on our proposed agenda is our agenda. So Peggy, if you could read the agenda into the record for us, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair Hinio and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is your proposed agenda for the special meeting, April 26, 2022, via teleconference. Presiding is the Honorable Jamie Hinio, Chairperson, the Honorable Raymond Smith, Jr., Vice Chairperson, place via teleconference, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. 1, call the meeting to order, the roll call, the invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, review and adopt the journal. There's a journal for April 2022. 5, receive reports. A, vaccine and medication for livestock producers presented by Leo Watchman, Director, Department of Agriculture, Division of Natural Resources. B, update from the Controller presented by Elizabeth Begay, Interim Controller, Office of the Controller. The first bullet is the hardship assistance. C, update on the FY23 budget process presented by Dominic Bial, Director, Office of Management and Budget. D, update on COVID external funds received by the Navajo Nation programs departments and overview of the process to expend the funds presented by Cordell Shorty, Contracting Officer, Contracts and Grants, OMB and others. 6, old business none. 7, new business. A, legislation number 0054-22. B, legislation number 0056-22. C, legislation number 0067-22. D, legislation number 0073-22. E, legislation number 0075-22. F, legislation number 0057-22. G, legislation number 0068-22. H, legislation number 0069-22. I, legislation number 080-22. J, legislation number 81-22. K, scheduling a joint work session with the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee related to a request to comprehensively streamline external grants and other financial matters for the Division of Social Services relative to the proposed legislation number 0020-22. 8, close of the session, written announcements, adjournment. The next regular meeting is May 3rd, 2022. Chair Hinio. Also, I just need to let you know that the presenter for legislation number 0054-22 has asked for the legislation to be deleted from today's agenda. He's not ready to present the legislation today, so that's 7A. Chair.
Motion, Delegate Begay.
Thank you for that reading. I don't know something's going on with the internet here, but it keeps knocking me off. But Delegate Elmer P. Begay, make sure you get the motion to accept the agenda as read.
Oh, motion is
That motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second? Is there a second to accept the agenda as read?
Delegate Yellowhair will vote for second.
Thank you, Delegate Jimmy Yell here for a second. We do have a motion and second on the proposed agenda. Is there any comments, questions on the agenda as read?
Yeah, Bennett. Celeste, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Oh, Delegate Yell here, you have the floor.
And I'd like to respectfully request my colleagues to suspend the floor rules. Let's go to new business legislation. Ebe motion de schliegen sonderschens. Wohnet Zaratze. Iliat Ehatze. Chairman Stiller.
So amendment number 1 is to go to item 7A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. Saya. Adon da report say Kate do.
Oh.
Kushina. Kushina, there's a motion on the floor for amendment number 1. By
Chair, this is Delegate Brown with a question.
Kushina with for Delegate Jimmy O'Hare. Ado A yes to hear item 7, new business first after 4. Ado from there A will move forward to reports after old business. So hata a motion is there a second?
All right. Okay, I'm listening to Budget and Finance Committee right now.
Can you please mute your phone? Is there a second? Second going once? On amendment number 1?
Second, Delegate Cardi.
Okay, second by Shanada, Delegate Amber Knusbach-Crotty. So we do have a motion and second on the floor for amendment number 1. With this, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, your question?
Yes, I am looking through our text. Have we done the motion for did we do the consent agenda, Chair?
Not yet.
If not, then we'll accept this and then.
If you wish to do a consent agenda, we'll take care of this motion here first, and then after that, I'll open the floor again for any other amendments, which would be the consent agenda.
Yeah.
Akashina. So any questions on amendment number 1?
Chair Hunio.
Ms. Nakai?
Okay, just for clarification then, it's just the entire new business items that want to be put first, right? Including the that matter about the joint work session, or is it just the legislations?
Delegate Jimmy O'Hare. Has a question. I think it is item 7K, which is scheduling a joint work session. Dish Abol in your motion for new business items to be heard first.
I think there's very, very little to process it, the legislation with no complex with any issue. Biga.
With that, Peggy, K is included.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Kushina, any further questions or comments on amendment number 1?
Chair Henio, so is there consent agenda? We can do that. Is it part of this motion?
Just to switch the business items around, Ilse. I don't know. All right. With this, if there are no questions, we'll call for the question. Peggy, if you have a staff that could help us with roll call vote.
Okay, I'm not sure if Sherelle is on the call yet, but she's going to be assisting us today. I guess Ramona's out. So Sherelle, could you do the vote if you've been on the call?
Yes, good morning. I'm on the call. Roll call vote for review and adopt the agenda. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Excuse me.
I'll vote green.
Excuse me, Sherelle. This is the vote for Amendment 1, which is to go to new business items first. As
Okay.
first order of business.
Okay, roll call vote for Amendment 1. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty, how do you vote?
Votes green, thank you.
Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Chair Jamie Henyo, you have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting, Chair.
Okay, with that, roll call vote. Sherelle, what was the count? I temporarily lost signal here.
Yes, Chair, the vote is 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting.
Okay, for that roll call vote. We do have amendment number 1 do pass. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. Let's move forward to open the floor for any further amendments on the agenda. Back to the main motion.
Chairman, this is Delegate Cardi May motion, the second amendment for the consent. If staff can read it into the record, thank you.
Kashina, with that, there's a motion for amendment number 2, consent agenda. Peggy, do you have the listing?
Yes, Chair Henio and members of the committee, this is the proposed consent agenda is to include legislation number 0056-22, legislation number 0073-22, legislation number 0057-22, legislation number 0068-22, legislation number 080-22, legislation number 081-22. Those are the consent agenda items, Chair.
Kashina Hialan for that.
Delegate Brown, I'll second.
There's amendment number 1 on consent agenda on their new business items, and second by Shinada, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So that the Shinada Budget and Finance Committee members, any questions or comments on the consent agenda?
Chair Henio, this is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Yeah, this is amendment 2 for correction. Under consent, Ila Bandi Kaila. Yeah, we're final authority. Cool. Shay, how the cases need. Let's not do the consent. I'd rather remove 56, 73, 57, 68, 80, and 81 and do it as regular business. Related to his cool. Some people would like to hear what is being presented in budget and finance. Which we did cases that the legal data. So I don't like to remove all these from the consent.
Kashina, with that, Vice Chair Smith, there is no consent agenda. So let's move forward to then back to the main motion. Any further questions or comments on the main motion, except that Shinada Budget and Finance Committee, there was a request from the sponsor of 0054-22, Shinada Delegate Eugene So, to remove it off the agenda. It did put on the kid now.
Chairman Kenya, this is Delegate Crotty. Can you restate that? Thank you.
Okay, legislation 7A 0054-22. Delegate Eugene So made a request to remove it from the today's agenda, and it'll be heard at the next regular Budget and Finance Committee meeting on May 3rd. That was his request because he's not available.
Thank you, Chairman. I apologize. Where are we on the status with the consent agenda amendment number 2?
Okay, on the status, there was no consent agenda as Vice Chair Smith made a comment that he had questions on all the consent agenda items that were proposed, and therefore taking them all off.
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty. May I ask Legislative Council to provide the committee what is the current committee consent agenda process?
I appreciate for that question. Ms. Tapahi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Give me just a quick second here to look at the consent agenda provisions. I know that there are provisions under Title II, and I'm looking at the committee rules for consent agendas. I don't see anything specific under the committee rules for consent agendas. So let me turn to the provision under Title II. And so it actually, I believe the practice has been that committees have done consent agendas, consent schedules. And I'd like to hear from Peggy about that. But it appears under Title II, Section 163, that it states specifically the consent schedule shall be developed by the speaker. And upon request by any delegate, an item on the consent schedule shall be moved to the regular schedule. So I don't see a consent agenda under the rules for the committees, but if I may ask Peggy to chime in.
Excuse me, this is Dana. Excuse me. There actually are, and I apologize, Laura Lane, you just must not have an updated copy of the rules in front of you. There was an amendment made to the standing committee rules. I think it took place in maybe 2019. I believe it was sponsored by Delegate Crotty. If you will give us just a second, we will pull that legislation. Just a few seconds. Thank you.
Chairman Henyo, this is Delegate Crotty. I will delay my question to Legislative Council. And so I will modify Amendment 2 to have legislation 0078-22 removed off the agenda. And that'll be my amendment to, I don't want to delay the committee. Thank you, Chairman.
Delegate Amber Karate for that motion. Motion to remove 0054-22 off the new business item 7A. Is there a second?
Chair Henyo.
Is there a second? Is there a second to amendment number 2 to remove legislation 0054-22?
Okay, that's 505-210-0099. Okay, is this in regards to something specific?
There's a second going once. Peggy, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Chair.
Okay. Is there something wrong? I'm here at Steno and I keep getting knocked off the internet here, but The Budget and Finance Committee, this is at the request of the sponsor to remove this legislation. Is there a second?
Okay, what's the date for the funeral? The 30th? Okay.
Is there a second to amendment number 2 going once?
Okay.
There amendment second to amendment number 2 going twice.
0099. Okay, I will send you my 16. Okay. You're welcome. Have a good day.
There's second to amendment number 2, removing legislation 0054-22. Going 3 times. There's no second. We're back to the main motion. Are there any further questions or comments on the main motion?
Chair Hymio, I have a question. This is Peggy.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Okay, so for the amendment on the consent agenda, that one you ruled out of order. How did that happen? I'm trying to figure this out so I can put it in the record correctly.
Well, there was a listing on amendment 2 that's proposed, and I didn't rule it out of order.
Oh, okay.
There was a motion and a second.
Because you ruled it that there was no consent agenda, and that was the reason why I kind of got confused.
Okay, because there was no more listing on there. Vice Chair Smith, when he made a comment, he wanted to remove all of the items that were listed off the agenda, every single one of them. So therefore, Ajay, there was no listing to consider. So Ajay, that's why I made that statement that there's no consent agenda.
Okay, and that's been the practice of the committee, is when someone objects, then they either object to certain legislations and they'll say, no, I want to hear and discuss, debate that particular legislation, but in this instance, he objected to all of them being on the consent agenda. So that's the reason why you ruled that there was no consent agenda. That's been the practice. So I think we're in order.
Kashika, Peggy, for your guidance. Thank you. And so with that,
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Amber, can I speak, Crotty?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. And just in response to the commentary, we'll get that 2019 resolution. But I also think, Chairman, we receive as delegates these legislations. There's a 5-day comment period. And so there also has to be some accountability from committee members to read the documents. And the focus of the consent agenda is we have all of these public comment reports, and there's no action taken by the public, or there's no statements. And so, yes, I will be really listening to the comments and the discussion when the legislations come forward to hear what insight is needed. And I would say, Chairman, that there's a lot of opportunity to ask these questions before the committee and get the answers. But I think we could move forward. Just please let me know if there's any other additional amendments that need to take place on this agenda. Thank you, Chair.
For your response. And the only other request for the amendment was to remove legislation 0054-22, but there was no second. So we're back to the main motion. Any further questions or comments on the main motion from the Budget and Finance Committee?
Chair, this is Delegate Brown.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Yes. I know that I did read the email from Delegate Eugene. So on legislation 0054-22, I respond back to him, and my recommendation, since it is still on our legislation as a co-sponsor for legislation 0054-22, I can present on his behalf. And what I also recommended to him and the other co-sponsors is, even though if we remove it, my understanding is it will still move forward. And I think only at Nabikiyetskit we can hold this legislation. So I'm on standby to give the presentation on legislation 0054. And Delegate So and your LDA, if you're listening, that's something that I emailed back to you, and I'm waiting for your response also. So we'll continue with that legislation. Thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, thank you for that. But the issue here would be is that there'd be no agents to assist you with the presentation. That's the reason why he was also requesting to take it off the agenda, that the agents were not available also.
Chair, who was the agent? And actually, another question to our legal counsel. Do we, by policy and law, need an agent, or can I present this on my own?
That would be up to you if you wish to proceed without an agent. Just thought I'd inform you that there would be no agents to assist you if you wish to continue with it. And if you wish to do that, then that's up to you, Shananta. And right now, this is still on the agenda as there was no second. So we're back to the main motion.
Thank you. I don't need an agent then. Thank you.
Okay, Shina. With that, Shananta, Budget and Finance Committee members, are there any further questions or comments on the main motion to the agenda? Peggy, if you would do second reading for us on the proposed agenda.
Okay, the First Amendment was to do the new business items as the first order of business. And therefore, we adopt the agenda. Chair Hunio. That was the only amendment that was made to the agenda. And then the practice is that if there's any legislations that are requested to be deleted, if it gets deleted by an amendment, then it's deleted from the agenda. But if it continues to go forward with the approved agenda, then, and no sponsor is there to present that legislation, then that makes it possible for the legislation to move forward to NABI, is how I was advised. Thank you.
Peggy, there's no further questions on the main motion, so therefore read second reading and we'll call for the question.
Do you want me to read the whole agenda again, or because there was only one amendment?
Yeah, just one amendment. Just one amendment. Just how we just switched them over.
Okay, the amendment is just that the first order of business is going to be new business item 7, completely in its entirety first as the first order of business, and then we'll go to reports. Chair.
Thank you for that. So this is our Budget and Finance Committee main motion on the agenda with one amendment. Roll call vote. Sherelle.
Okay, Honorable Elmer P.B. Gay, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canes-Bakrati, how do you vote?
Shabeja Delegate Crotty votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canes-Bakrati votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer P.B. Gay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P.B. Gay, how do you vote?
was like, who? I thought you said Val. I was like, wow. Yeah, Sheila.
Honorable Chair Jamie Henio, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. Honorable Elmer P.B. Gay not voting, and Honorable Chair Jamie Henio not voting, Chair.
Yeah, thank you for the roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. With that, we move forward on our agenda. We next is receiving, accepting the journal for April 5th, 2022. And we did receive the journal via email. I did see it. And with that, is there a motion to accept the journal?
Delegate Yellowhair, accept the motion, accept the journal. Thank you, Chairman.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Is there a second? Is there a second to accepting the journals?
Delegate Brown, second to accept the journal.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, second. So with that, we do have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments on the journals? Denia, roll call vote. Ms. Sharon, you would?
Honorable Elmer P.B. Gay, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knesba Crowdy, how do you vote?
Today's Delegate Crowdy, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knesba Crowdy votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Elmer P.B. Gay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P.B. Gay, how do you vote? Honorable Chair Jamie Henio, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting, Chair.
So we do have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Moving forward on our agenda, we do have item 7A, legislation 0054-22. We do have a Peggy on the agenda. It just has Mr. Shannon Delegate Eugene So on the as a sponsor. Is there a co-sponsor with your copy?
Eugenio, I'm checking to see, I believe that Julissa is on the call, Julissa Johnson. She can verify the co-sponsor. I do believe that I placed that item on the agenda prior to adding Shiaj and Nathaniel Brown's name to the sponsorship. Let me check and then I'll send it out to you.
Okay, thank you.
Eugenio, the Shiaj Nathaniel Brown is a co-sponsor.
Okay, Shana, with that, we do have co-sponsor on the call.
Yeah, this was sent out to you on April 15, 2022 at 11:41 a.m. That's legislation.
Thank you. And we do have Delegate Nathaniel Brown on the line with us. So Peggy, can you read the legislation into the record?
trying to juggle my screen and talking on the Zoom here. Okay. Legislation number 0054 is a council resolution. And it is assigned to Health, Education, Human Services, thence Budget and Finance, thence Law and Order Committee, thence Navajo, thence Navajo Nation Council. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Eugene So, co-sponsored by Nathaniel Brown and Eugenia Charles Newton and one other, let's see, Charlene So. An act relating to Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, Law and Order, Navajo Committees, and the Navajo Nation Council, repealing 9 NNC Section 2C of the Diné Marriage Act of 2005 to acknowledge and recognize marriage equality among all people, amending common law marriage criteria at 9 NNC Section 4E. Amending marriage license form to be gender neutral at 9 NNC Section 7, amending husband and wife section at 9 NNC Section 201 at SEEK. And so you do have a copy of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee committee report that's attached. And there are many comments that are included in this legislation. Let's see, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee has a do not pass with no amendment. And there's a vote tally sheet that's also attached, Mr. Chair.
Appreciate you, Kayla, for that reading. And so with that, moving forward, is there a motion? Is there a motion for legislation 0054-22?
Yellowhair motions, Silas Chairman.
Appreciate a motion by Shannon Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Is there a second? Is there a second?
This is Delegate Crotty with a second.
Delegate Amber Canespa-Crotty. So we do have a motion and a second. Though with that, we do have an agent with us this morning. So Delegate Nathaniel Brown, you have the floor. Present the legislation to the committee.
Yeah, Shanant Adoshik Ada Sanasangi. Budget and Finance Committee, the Nebanat Ketni Clini Yat Ehben Ado Anos Koda Sanasangi at Ehnana Dole, other Quegi Shaho Agi, the Sad Bedanati Ahigeya Bebeyet Dole. So, my colleagues, I'll keep this short and brief, as it will be going through all the multiple committees, also including Nabikiyetket, which has all the 24 of us elected council delegates, and also the Navajo Nation Council with all the 24th Navajo Nation Council leadership as well. Koho di digeya not so it's really the policy piece to give same rights to same-sex couples in insurance, healthcare. Right now, we have lost some Navajo Nation assets who have been working for the nation. They left because their partners, the same-sex couple, their partner could not receive or did not have health insurance. So that's a big piece of this legislation. There's also having the equality, the right when same-sex couples are, let's say, like in a hospital, to have access to their partner. And also there's a law, I forgot, I think it was in page 6, that talks about Navajo women have to get consent from the men. And then the way that I'm reading it, how, you know, some of our Navajo women would have to get consent. And these are outdated laws in the same. So this is where we need to change and update some of our laws and policies also, Shananta. So really it's the gist of giving that right to, there is a lot of questions. And again, I know the organization, the Nef Pride, has been sending out information to my colleagues. I want to respond and just talk about the legislation itself, and that is to give that right to same-sex couples for insurance purposes. So AD gihut abaka ado kut nakhachin a kut adi nihide kid. So I can send out also, I'm going to look through my email. There is a Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission, a report and research that was done, I believe, in 2015, 16, interviewing our Diné people, our elders, with this very topic. So, and the other part is some of the research from Diné Policy Institute. I know that Mr. Moroni Benali did compile some information, and that specific information is about, some parts are about the suicide prevention. So it's really giving the protection of our Nadle community, our Dilbach community, our LGBTQ community. So the LGBTQ, you know, that's the lesbian, gay, transgender, AD, that's a community that is not addressed and protected by the Navajo Nation government. So what I want to leave with this presentation is, you know, the way we see the legislation 0054-22 is Kehwington, and extending that through policy to the same-sex couple. So, you know, the more our people are the same-sex couple are still getting married, but getting married off the nation. They want to come home. Hawagondi ka. Ade kitse national ade hamadon kije kamasan bandi ka. So there's a huge contribution from the LGBTQ community to the Navajo Nation at every level. And some are really afraid to even live their full, complete life the way they are born, the way we are born, that we are normal. There's nothing wrong with us. There's nothing wrong with our LGBTQ community. You know, that if you push away our people who are born perfectly as LGBTQ, as Natle, that is really painful. I will be here to answer these questions, and I have been working myself closely with multiple organizations and also at these really important meetings and asking about our LGBTQ community as well. So I am open for questions, Other issue not again, my communication with Delegate Eugene So and his LDA, I did respond back to them, so I have not heard from them. We can hold that there for some of these questions and concerns that are being raised. Actually, we do have Dr. Jennifer Danette Dale is on the line. If I can give her some time to, as an agent to our legislation. So, Chair, if we can allow Dr. Jennifer Danette Dale to quickly present on this legislation as well. Chair.
Thank you, for your presentation. Dr. Danette Dale. Dr. Danette Dale. Ms. Danette Dale.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, I can hear you.
Okay, honorable members of the council, delegates, though Honorable Nate Brown and chair of the committee, I want to thank you for inviting me to speak in support of the legislation to repeal the Dene Marriage Act. Jennifer Danette Dale and Logan Shlon Ashihi Bashes Chin Kilachini Dasha Che Toha Dini Dashanada without the nest and Schlindo. I'm a voting member of the Tohatchi chapter, and so thank you for listening to me. I've been a longtime advocate of our LGBTQ two-spirit relatives. This came about, my advocacy and my support for our relatives came about because as a Dene historian, I began to raise the question or listen to our people talk about women's leadership, that women's leadership was once a vibrant part of our governance, our political system, our economy, our social system. And so that research then took me into these questions about gender and the understanding that our leadership begins with the feminine and the masculine qualities, which you see reflected in our leader mountains. And so those questions then moved me to think about the biology, which is the physical biology of male and female, and gender being how we identify ourselves. And it might not be in the way that we've been accustomed to think about it, which is called heterosexual. So then I began to pay attention in 2005 when the legislation came up, which is often known as called the Dene Marriage Act, which was vetoed by President Joe Shirley and then overrode. And since that time, since 2005, I have observed and experienced the public awakening and acknowledgement of our non-binary gender relatives. And I used to talk to my father, who passed away 4 years ago at least, and he was a healer. So when I used to talk to him about my research and my work into gender, and I asked him about Nudle, he shared stories with me. And when I asked him about the third gender, and some people say that we have, Navajo people once recognized anywhere from 3 to 5 genders. I asked him about the Nudle. And what I heard in my father's voice was respect for the third gender. He told me that the Nudle at one time, and we remember it in our stories, our creation stories, was a relative who contributed to our survival as to the Ne. They hold great wisdom and great skill. They're considered the mediators who brought the men and the women back together. And so that's one of the things that I learned about as a result of listening to our elders and listening to my father about a third gender. As a historian, I learned that at least by the 1930s, we began to lose recognition of the netle in our families, and that we extended kin to all of our relatives. The force of colonialism has caused us to not remember, to forget our relationships, our kinship to our third gender person, often known today as a netle. And so the force of American civilization has brought us to not remembering. And so I take this moment in my work as an educator and a scholar to always remember, acknowledge our kinship to our LGBTQ relatives, many of whom claim the status of netle. So in talking to our relatives also, during the work and the research that I've done, one of the things that I've learned in communication, conversation, is that our grandparents have always been the ones who recognize that a grandchild, a tsui or a nala, was different. Okay? So these stories shared indicate that in a world where we are treated with discrimination and hate, grandparents were refuges. Grandparents recognized, loved their grandchildren, and had great regard for them. And so I recall that story, those stories, to acknowledge that we've always acknowledged and known this difference across gender. And so I think one of the things that I ask, and I think it's much needed, is that to repeal the Dene Marriage Act with this legislation is to be in favor of kinship. I'm very touched by Delegate Eugene So's when we talked about this and him sponsoring this legislation. He said to me very simply, it's a very simple thing. I think that we should treat everybody with keh. And keh means to share all the resources that the Navajo Nation offers to its citizens equally and with justice to every single Navajo citizen. And that includes the kinds of relationships that many of us who are heterosexual take for granted. Our LGBTQ relatives can't take it for granted. And so to repeal the Dene Marriage Act based upon is to say that we acknowledge equality and that we all deserve the protection and the care of the Navajo Nation. It's foundational to who we are as Dene and as an extension of kinship. Many of us as heterosexuals take for granted access to resources, care, and privileges that are denied to our LGBTQ two-spirit, these same resources. And so it's a moment where we have the moral and political authority to write this, to extend kinship. And so I just want to add my support. And I think that as Delegate Eugene So said to me several weeks ago, it's the right thing to do. It does not stop at gender lines. So thank you for listening to me and hearing me out on this. I am a very strong supporter.
Thank you, Mr. Netdale, on your presentation. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, does that complete your presentation? Delegate Nathaniel Brown?
Oh yeah, can you hear me now? Oh. Okay, I was on mute. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Netdale. And Chair, at this time, I know that my colleagues who we lean on each other have a lot of questions and concerns. I think with that, and also listening to Delegate Eugene, so I think a work session we can take this legislation to work session. There are pieces of this legislation that we have to look at the policy piece also. So I am open to, and then also awaiting a response from Delegate Eugene. So to move this legislation to work session. That is a really good plan, a great idea, so we can continue to bring information to the delegates and also the staff and the Navajo Nation, to all our people. So if we can do that and we can continue to share the different pieces of the legislation. So I am open to the work session. So Chair, if I'm in order, I would like to make that recommendation, and that's also in respecting Delegate Eugene So's request as well. I want to do this respectfully and to do it in the right way. It will continue. We will continue to follow this. So AD Ginch Kid on that. So Chair, if I'm in order, let's go ahead and move this legislation. I really want to continue to give information to my colleagues. So Chair, I would like to make that motion as well to move this to a work session. Yeah.
Appreciate that, National for your presentation and your recommendation to the Budget and Finance Committee as far as moving this legislation to a work session. And so with this, as the member of the Budget and Finance Committee and co-sponsor to the legislation, your motion to move this item legislation to a work session is recognized. And is there a second? Budget and Finance Committee members. There's a motion on the floor to move this legislation to a work session. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Position of Delegate Amber Kineswa Crotty, second. So there is a motion and a second on the floor to move this item to a work session. With this, the floor is open. Any questions, comments?
This is Delegate McGay.
Delegate Elmer P. McGay, on the motion to move this to a work session, you have the floor.
Oh, Hakashina, there's only one question. Other members of the Budget and Finance Committee. The next day, Eugene So, Daniel Brown. China, I thought it on this kit is Eugene So. She had to not so sneaky. Eat up on the
Delegate Eugene So. Delegate Eugene So is not on the call. Delegate Nathaniel Brown co-sponsor present. So Delegate Eugene So. He's not with us today. But do you still wish to move forward with your question?
Hakashina, I thought I on this kid of the class today, the neck association by your teaching. The what she said there. But the garlic assay because it by your teaching don't other. But the neck actually go quicker, so by your teaching. Hot asking there, John, no safe there, he not there. Nilchis, Lenny, Nando, other bed, no safe in the agent. If it this is in those things actually on some case in the com. The internet, digin. Nilo ko da to gelo digin digin she digin the net that eho. There's only one question. According Lego Naso des Chingo, Lego Naso des Gijo. According to the Ishin or Chilo, to the Spazunda. Chinho Leto, other in nothing this who this. How is Ness, how ne, or a compella that it Nahadlen. Yo, Oyo, for the blood slide, hit it, Nenny no cart digging, hit it, Nenny. Could you begin the net? All Dahagi, Ajan in Lahagi, Edils in Lahagi. It will recognize it as a separate gender, but the Nenigi, what are the Yaika as Tatit Bakaba Aris, Lahagi. Neman was down, but it any tired the 15. I don't quite the Nedo Sandgo to Salah and just Lahagi. Dilson. Yeah, because he didn't. She do Nedo to she not how I need to see stop. Showed up at dentist kiss. I have that respect for the Zunsalag that doesn't be not. Yeah, go hold ego. Has been so good not to dust in the yego. You would add the choke. But my question is Lego Naso the Shijo, what are we can do? The Shijo, either Bandi quite has on again. You can hold new that it is Nahaki. Quite lachit Ella, so that I bantus Kesiago. I don't the on in Hataho. We're not going to be leaders forever. On country, yeah. Actually, you can't die. You should go. You got a hair go. The Ghana or Dagi, you got a hair. A question is going to this. On that, he does to next ingo. Lego, Saho at Zago. Because you're Chili Saho at Zago. Ish, Benappen, Nihadlo. At 8 old Nessigi. So the Zinischen Kisperhosen can Assaatante. So the Zin Assaante. Best Edod Nessit Ish Ben Idek is on his at Ada. I let Atson his ehest Ada. Not Ada Yael, his ever Eda husband that of Neko. Shahin, quite Lachit Eda, a quite has Ange. Best Edod Nessit, Ben Nappen the Halon, and Adnis, though Adnis harder this nature could yes or no? That's all I want to know. Chair Henio.
Chairman, this is Delegate Yell here.
Our Budget and Finance Committee members, this is motion only to move this to a work session. And so if we could limit our questions to that point, then we can move forward, because at work session, the same, these questions could be asked to the sponsors and the agents. So I hope that's not about that one, because we still have other legislations that we need to move and then report. So I can't on. So I hope that yes or no motion. Just to move it
only
forward.
Yes or no, but that's vote this is also.
Kashina, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Yellowhair is also on the line.
Okay, Chair, Adosina, Delegate Elmer Begay. You said a quick question. So the Deshni Lada can the Hashat Abaket Hansini, yes, it's a Yadas, Hidosha, Squidosani. As I go back, Hajotzi at and a Craigie, Ado work session, DC art, Jonobic Edil. So I had Edolis. Yeah.
Thank you, National, for your response, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Let's do one more. Delegate Jamil here, and we need to call for the question.
Carrie, put me in the queue, Vice Chair Smith.
I'll get Jimmy Yelly here. First call.
Okay, here I should select Chairman Henio. Here, could a lot to say thanks to Mr. Honorable Brown. Other than that deal, could all you have every right in Jahan to the a workshop yet kid up a tree or a kind out of a day to the saddle. Share Yakudo, sit the nepe hotels and eat the neck. The neck could you has on it, he has on it, bears about a hundred, canal, better about a hundred. A bego, could all a bear osclangi, the nepe osclangi could all. To guess on his quotation. A Zandot and ADKA ya Bahatels and Bahapada nails and Jape has on it at the never has on it's our law and the law. It could a bit of not say. I could got a quato work session had no. That was Miguel Bells and not only see clean what eggy. Ja en his bed a hosona, Navajo law, he has on the bed, not on the children. Out of bed, now he been none, he didn't tin the hot no, been I he need tin the hot no, hot out on your kid. She beg or deep could I'll be straight to say no with this. Keep our law as is, as it was right now. A wants about this, I don't, that's enough, I don't. She just Jimmy out here, Jimmy Radi, Nasha. Other never would not up under the or land out the Bible, the Jabeta or not out. She against don't I don't like is she could eat or touch it. This doesn't share, Chairman.
Gashina, so the Budget and Finance Committee members, if there is going to be debate on this legislation, there is a motion to defer it to a work session. And the votes will count. If you wish to continue to debate this, because you can vote either way. But right now, let's focus on a motion to move this to a work session. And the committee wishes to continue debating this, then they can vote to otherwise. So, Vice Chair Smith.
Here now, Chair Henio, though, Shinandada Masanigi, Aduda, Sanawit Ainitas, so co-sponsor, Honorable Brown, your agent, Yahadne. Oh, Naidi Kidigi, work session that the Nithigi. The question goes to Chair Henio for your leadership. So, Nasi Kensha. Health and Education, Human Services, Auto BNF, Auto Law and Order, Auto Lay Nabikiyati, Auto Navajo Nation Council. A call. Here you have Budget and Finance. We're not the final authority called work session. Danikid. Bonates, huh? Or could that be done over in Nabikiyati? Look at committee, Daniklinigi. We're not the final authority. Well, shoot, that's my question on that, because work session doesn't know. Oh, do we set a date and say when that budget and finance? Yeah, that's a committee. Does it? Yeah. Okay. Not kidding. Hasn't Celine. This night kiddo debate be salado le. So agent nabikiat here. Agent not ani dani drone Naidi kiddo, Hodat Egi Beado, Zeko, Enhid, Agita, Natin Deep Bishmasan, Hippoportly Tole. Here you had a stone, I nasita. A call. It is that Honorable Brown, but the okay, just for the committee, Joanne Hidea. I need that question answered, Shananda. Okay, now, thank you.
Yeah, Vice Chair Smith, with the question on the work session and for who. So, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, if you would provide a response on the work session, who would be the audience? I understand that
Yes, Eugene So is on the line.
You did mention that you would speak with a sponsor, Delegate Eugene So, who is on the line right now for the record. Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Okay. Work session, it would be to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. And also, and from this, I think it is only appropriate also to educate our people. I will request, for radio time also. Let's get on KTN and KND and John it would be for the 24th Navajo Nation Council leadership. We will invite the executive branch, the division directors, and I think there's a policy question with the insurance part, and also ADG. So that's the body of the legislation. For questions, delegate Eugene So the Peggy, yeah.
Thank you for that response, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Eugene So, he is on the line. A little recap, Delegate Eugene So, co-sponsor, Delegate Nathaniel Brown, presenting Ila, along with Dr. Jennifer Dinetdale. Motion for a work session before it goes to the next committee, as far as moving it forward. This will be an action of the Budget and Finance Committee is to refer it to a work session. I thought a motion and second Delegate Eugene So. Moving it to a work session again. So could I Delegate Eugene So?
Every one of the people that has the rights on the Navajo Nation, able to go work session. I think I'm going to pull it out and resubmit it with more research and more amendments on it, and put it back in there after the summer session. That's my intention with this legislation as of now. So there's more research already coming in. There's more petition coming in. There's more comments coming in, and amendments coming in. So we're going to make it more for the intent of this legislation, so we can take it across to the president. So I'm going to put it and make it more advocate. More elementary. Thank you.
Delegate Eugene So as the prime sponsor, withdraw
for now, until after the summer session, I'm going to for the fall session. Thank you.
Christina, with that notification from the prime sponsor that will be withdrawing this legislation 0054-22. As far as the debate and the main motion, the second case. So with that, Ms. Tapahi, as Mr. Rico, are you on the line?
Good afternoon, Chairman. Yes, I am.
Okay, so now with this announcement from prime sponsor, Mr. Delegate Eugene So, he'll be withdrawing it. Are you aware of this?
I just heard right now, but what we'll do is we'll send all Honorable Eugene, so a withdrawal form, a prime sponsor withdrawal form. So that basically, yeah, he'll be withdrawing the legislation, and you guys can move on with your agenda. We'll have staff email it to him right now.
Thank you for your input, Manuel. So that notification and clarification, let's move forward on our agenda, Budget and Finance Committee. Delegate Eugene So for being on the call with us. Peggy, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr., are you on the line? Delegate Eugene Wilson Stewart Jr., I'm sorry. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr.
Chair Hinio, this is Peggy.
Peggy.
The Resources and Development Committee are out in Monument Valley taking a tour of a uranium site. So I'm not sure if Mr. Shiaj Wilson Stewart Jr. is available to present.
Okay, for the record, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. first call. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. second call. Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr. third call. Then let's move forward to the next item, legislation 0067-22, sponsored by Delegate Wilson C. Stewart Jr. For the record, Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. first call on legislation 0067-22. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. second call. Delegate Wilson Stewart Jr. third final call. No sponsor. Move forward to item. Next item is legislation 0073-22. The sponsor.
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair. Delegate Yellowhair. Delegate Yellowhair, you have the floor. You have a question?
Okay, so Telisha, a question in legislation number 0054-22. Gene So, Honorable Gene So request for withdraw that legislation. Do we need a vote on that one? Just for a question, to the chairman.
Let me
sure that we're in order. Yeah, thank you.
So next item on the agenda, legislation 0073-22, Thomas Walker Jr. Speaker Seth Damon.
Yes, this is Thomas Walker.
Thank you. Your legislation is up next. So with that, I'll have Peggy read it into the record. Peggy, if you read the legislation into the record for us, please.
Okay, Chair, going back to what Delegate Yellowhair was saying, it's best to withdraw those motions because those are still out there. The motion to do work session on that legislation, also the main motion on it, they're all still just sitting there. So unless, Nathaniel just wants to say that he withdrew both motions, and then that's for the record, then we're good to go, Dolly. That's just the way we've been doing it. But I'll go ahead.
Okay, hold on. Thank you, Peggy. Thank you for bringing that out. I did skip that. I'm trying to work on my admin stuff here at Steno, and then I was talking on another phone. But Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So you have the motion on the floor for a work session. Do you withdraw your motion?
Chair, no.
Even though the sponsor is withdrawing the legislation?
Chair, this legislation is needed, but I'll be respectful of Shannon, Delegate Eugene. So if he feels that this legislation needs some adjustment, but if he doesn't want to drop it, then I can go ahead and take over later on. So I'll sit down with Delegate Eugene. So, but this legislation will come back until the election.
Oh.
Yeah. So I do withdraw my motion.
Delegate Nathaniel So for with Nathaniel Brown for withdrawing your motion.
Brown.
Daniel, I am so frustrated. Please forgive me. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, today withdraw his motion to for a work session. Delegate Amber Knuswak-Friday, you holding the second? Do you withdraw your second?
I withdraw the second, thank you.
Delegate Amber Knuswak-Friday.
I withdraw.
Thank you. On the main motion, Delegate Jimmy Yella here. You are holding the main motion for legislation 0054-22. Do you withdraw?
I withdraw and respectfully and so also Celestia. Withdraw. That means it's no longer on the agenda. So that should be a honor Mr. So's request. Withdraw. The agenda. We should vote on that one. Withdraw that legislation. We should vote on it. On Eugene So's request.
The correct order, according to our advisor, is just to withdraw your motions. And so you're withdrawing your main motion.
Yes.
Delegate Amber Knuswak-Friday on the main motion. Do you withdraw your main motion?
I withdraw. Thank you.
With that, let's move forward to legislation 0073-22. Peggy, if you read that legislation to the record, and thank you for keeping us on track.
Okay, you're welcome, Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is a proposed standing committee resolution. Resources and Development Committee was assigned, and then Budget and Finance. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Thomas Walker Jr., co-sponsored by Seth Damon. Speaker Seth Damon, and then tracking number 0073-22, an act relating to the Resources and Development and Budget and Finance Committees approving a change to CAP 3518, Exhibit D for the Cameron chapter by reallocating $633,333 to citizen funds to the new chapter building project. The legislation was electronically read into the record, and the exhibits are all there that are referenced in the legislation. The Resources and Development Committee has a committee report, which has one amendment, Amendment 1. On page 1 at line 14, in the title of the legislation, after the word reallocating, strike $633,333 and insert $733,334.66. Exhibit D for the Cameron chapter by reallocating $633,333 over stricken, and then new language is $733,334.66. On page 1 at line 14, in the title of the legislation, after the word project, insert the following new sentence. And it says building project is existing language, new language, and changing the funding year for the chapter's demonstration farm project. 3, on page 2 at line 26, insert new paragraphs G and H as follows. New language G, The Cameron chapter also requests to move the approved $100,001.66 in citizen funding for its demonstration farm project from funding year 1 to funding year 3. This project was approved in CAP 3518 Exhibit 4. CPMD has submitted on behalf of the Cameron chapter a citizen project amendment certification form for its requested change in funding years, Exhibit 5. This form shows the signature of the Navajo Nation Council delegate for the Cameron chapter as required by CAP 3518, Section 4C. There is no change in the approved project, and the original citizen funding amount for the project is unchanged. 4, attached as new Exhibit 4, the CAP 3518 Exhibit D showing the approved Cameron chapter demonstration farm project number D-118. 5, attached as new Exhibit 5, the CPMD Citizen Project Amendment Certification Form signed by Andy Thomas and James Edekai, dated 4/5/22. 6, on page 2 at line 26, delete $633,333 and insert new language $733,334.66. 7, on page 3 at line 5, insert the new sentence. New language. Further, the Navajo Nation Council hereby approves a change in resolution CAP 3518 Exhibit D, project number D-118 for the Cameron chapter by deleting the demonstration farm project in funding year 1 and adding this project to funding year 3. 8, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation and its exhibits to implement the committee's intent in approving this legislation as amended. This amendment shall supersede all inconsistent language in any other committee amendments, which language shall be revised as necessary to conform to the intent of this amendment. And so that's the recommendation from the Resources and Development Committee with the vote tally sheet that's attached. And then Exhibit 4 and Exhibit 5 are also attached, the revised exhibits. Chair.
Yeah, no. For the reading of the.
Yeah. On page 2, line 15, there's a typo. It says Crystal chapter. So that we will make that correction when we complete the final resolution, Chair.
Thank you, Peggy, for that reading. And with this, it is the CAP 3518 legislation. So this is their motion, Shananda.
Yellow hair motion.
Motion by Shananda. Delegate Jimmy Yellow hair. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Vice Chair Smith.
Second by Vice Chair Smith. So with this, any questions, comments on this legislation?
Chair, I'm in the queue. This is Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, with that, Delegate Thomas Walker Jr., on your legislation, there is a question from the committee.
Shananda, Chairman Sitsila, Honorable Henyu, other honorable members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Shananda, other staff, and you can't not Jahagi, other Hito OLC, though, you can't not Jahagi in Chicago, here, not sauce. That the Tanahoti, the Najnishigi, OLC, though, other the CPMD, though, other Cameron chapter, though. Or not society hitnel. On the Resource Development Committee, so Yahatido,
ato support or approve la selin chinan ko dashing ed indicate the budget and finance committee the CAP 35-18 a ed indicate just a project change a quite a earlier without the tradition ko ditch in here in faith so resolution and what echo other agency do CPMD do project manager Andy Thomas he's on the call with us this morning chairman chapter chapter vice president Candace Yazzie she's on the call with us this morning OLC do Laurelin Kapahi Nyaka ako na dikidoshin dato ya dato what ego pe nakahuitos chairman do committee members ako ego chairman chapter Sehasan funds bay funded 2018 ya for na kickoff ishin pas so for teacher a chairman chapter adan nindi the project the Kwachiko the chapter house so I see dojo card selling obija that is not open the chapter house yeah ako the title next door adoba na when ido this nado asiki ako di yal code Sehasan funding allocated yeah article 8 put ego na haki be Nintendo so that you need to link Cameron chapter Ako is our advisor Ms. Nakai read the amendments to the legislation 8 what echo called project amount heading $133,000 plus actually it's like $733,000 so plus quagge hoba an yard put out just adon da yati project your first year third year the dot no legislation for on behalf of Cameron chapter I submit to you this request for the project change with the authority of Resource Development Committee and Budget and Finance Committee. Respectfully, we request your support and approval, committee members. And although each of us has chapters that we represent, and when requests they make, we of course want to honor their request. But the legislation the sheet in today needs in Hajon by the national needs in Kirko. Could be just what down seat ado the United Chitoloshi not other hits it agents Gita Yahdotsi. Could Ella Chairman Henry though members of the DNF committee could Edo the when so the she for back to you Mr. Chairman. I'll get Thomas Walker with that Vice Chair Smith, your question?
So, Shanada, Chairman Henio, and the Budget and Finance Committee members, Shanai, for bringing this legislation up forward. Shanai, the kid is, you're doing an increase, from $633,333 to the amount of $733,334.66. And in your amendment, there was a allocation, reallocate. But in the legislation, it says, where in the chapter supports reallocation of $633,333 in approved citizens for the Cameron Chapter Building Project, Exhibit 3. And I'm trying to make heads or tails of this because we want to do a consent on this. And is this going to go over the allocated amount? We had 2018 ada Fishmasan CPA 35-18 everybody was given an amount of $4,166,666.67. Ako, with this amount, quite 633,000, Nikki, I'm thinking that's going to be in the limit of that 4.1 million. Ako, sa banana soko, 733. Maybe CPMD can kind of enlighten me on this. I'm in favor of this legislation, don't get me wrong. I just want to make sure because we're the final authority. And it exceeds the 4.1 million. How are we going to answer to that? Joe Behizani, Quad CPA 35-18 is Yada. Yab Chabadia, Ena, Shniti, Ko. The additional funding is like $101.66 ish hadith, 100,000, yeah, 100,000 and $1.66. That's the additional amount to make that $733,334.66. That's my question for now, Chair Henio. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, Hannah, Vice Chair Smith, for your questions. And with this, there was a question to CPMD, Division Community Development on the line.
Good afternoon. This is Andy Thomas, CPMD. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Mr. Thomas. Thank you. Welcome. And I can hear you.
Hello. What is Ash?
Yes, Mr. Thomas, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I can try and answer that if Delegate Walker. Chair Smith.
Okay, Thomas.
Okay. Good morning.
Go ahead.
Mr. Thomas, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon again. Andy Thomas, CPMD. The question that Delegate Smith, Chair Smith, question is, there was the money, both the 633,000 is from another chapter. It's the Cameron Cultural Center. So that money has been sitting there for several years, and the new administration came in. They want to use that Cameron Cultural money, move over it, and use those funds to demo the chapter and plan a new chapter. So it's still within the 4.1. So it's just reallocating a project from Cultural Center, and I think there was an irrigation project with DED. So they want to move those funds, totaling $733,000, and moving those funds at chapter building. So it's still within the limits of 4.1 for Delegate Walker's district. So it pertains cap 35-18. That's what I have. That's my knowledge of this Cameron project. Thanks.
You can, Mr. Thomas, for the response to that. Delegate Thomas Walker. Do you have a response?
Chairman Henyu, other committee members, Honorable Smith, I think Joe had on I did kiddo even much a Jean Bahazan Fairco. Oh, Ado heading Nigi legislation by heading Nigi. Do hot ego elia the amount Nigi 8 large a quick echo. A call belt edo Nigi to 80 amendment 8 echo. Or heading Niki 733,000 plus. But I had the Liago a Nido, or what Abana Kidan, just to do what egg washing had the Lia at RTC, like it are quite even a amendment to correct that. But in my opening statement, two projects. For it he equals $733,000 a plus one of them is like $100,000 plus $1 and some change. One of the projects that's the funding amount. A 600,000. So but then it equals to $733,000. We're not adding to the amount. Plus we can't do that. There's nowhere to pull money from to do that with this legislation. Cameron Vice $733,000. Although $33 what it by so the Siki put hats on the Kade Hindot so Kochigo at the dot so a bandit and whatever. Okay, Chair.
Appreciate that, Shanandal, for that response. Back to the committee, Shanandal. Vice Chair Smith, do you have any further questions, comments? Oh, yeah, Chair Henry. It's not a question. It's just a head additionally for explaining that. My next question was in line of what Shinai spoke about. The 100,000 it's on Exhibit 5 at the last page of that amendment. AB so if everything looks to be in order, my next question, Shinanda Finigi, is how should be the CAP 35-18. I know we did an extension. The Beto Nina later always chapters the projects on behalf of the expiration date. So in the chapters show that هذا دبنينا زيد كذابي بنينا دي سنة ويت CAP 35-18 أبي هاد أبيال on the dot أصلاً سهسن بينا dot so and I know that the chapters don't want that so I guess my question goes to CPMD House AD year 3 bay جو at on the CAP 35-18, and I think we need to be aware of that, Shananda, because I did make in the legislation. It was like 2 years ago, Gita. Now I doubt we're going into May, and it's already almost half the year of 2022. So That's my concern and question. Chair Henio, Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for your question. And so with that, back to Shanada. Delegate Thomas Walker Jr., through your agent, response.
Chairman, though, committee members, CPMD, I want to defer the question to Mr. Angie Thomas, Chair.
Can you hear that, Mr. Thomas?
Good afternoon again. Oyate Nana. Right now, we as the implementers, CPMD, I'm just waiting for the green light for these funds to be moved and transferred over. And I have all my templates ready for demo for the chapter house for Cameron. That includes all the asbestos testing. Then if there's any positive items, we're going to bait it. And that's a timeline of probably 2 weeks. Then we're going to go ahead and demo the chapter. So probably within 60 to 90 days, we should have the Cameron chapter demoed. So again, timeline wise, once accounts are established, we're going to procure it out. We're going to try to maybe a third of it to demolition. Then the other end will be for design. We're going to procure a architect engineering firm to design the new chapter for Cameron chapter. So right there, you got a 164 process, so 30 to 45 days. Demolition, probably about 60 to 90 days. Then we got at the same time, we're going to go ahead and procure an architect firm. So that's probably good 30 days. So by the time the demo is completed, we should have our architect securing or finalizing our contract with them. And so we're looking at probably 90 days out, starting the design project for Cameron chapter. And it can be anywhere from 4 to 6 months. So my goal with working with Delegate Walker, his LDA, and Cameron chapter, we should have a full design completion set by December and probably late into spring. So I always ask the chapter stakeholders, look for construction money if you guys want to move forward, so we can, by springtime, we will execute constructing the new chapter house. So that's my timeline for Cameron chapter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for your response. Back to Budget Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair Henio, this is Vice Chair Smith again.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henio, and Nye for this legislation. For the timeline, the question I have is EPA 35-18. When does that all expire? Does it expire the end of this year, or next year, or the following year? The reason why I'm asking that is because chapters need to be aware of these things, because some of their projects are in standstill for reasons we don't know. So the reason why I'm asking that is so that I will be aware. I'm having a meeting with CPMD next week, hopefully, on the citizen projects. And I want to get back with the chapters because we're having our planning meetings and tell them, look, you got all these citizen projects. And the ending date for CAP 35-18 is coming up on this year or next year. That's my question. When does this end on CAP 35-18? I don't know if we're going to ask for another extension. There was an extension done. So that's the question that I have, Chair Henio. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. With that, Delegate Thomas Walker Jr., response to your agent.
Sunanda, here, Didos Kidigi, Ado Sina, Tilla, Miss Annie, Anil Toshing Fishpons, Anil so a Nispahasino, yet each of our chapters have some funded projects for that Fashing, the English Fashing, yeah, that for all funds, say that money, maybe 3 of which yet spent has funding have yet to start and complete the funded projects. But echo, after that's not what just ako the idea that the OLC the idea to see at ida need of the adding to not the dot of expiration Nikki I don't need a shin bed can discussion on that. Should I go Quinson? Back to you, Chairman Henry.
For the response. With this, back to the committee, Budget Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Chair, any Vice Chair Smith, just one last question. Thank you.
Delegate Yellowhair goes to the.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair Henry and Shania for briefly answering that question. My question goes directly to CPMD. Maybe James Attica or Mr. Andy Thomas can answer this. When does that CAP 35-18 end? I don't have the legislation in hand, the amendment again. Does it end this year? If it does, then like what Shania said, we could probably ask for another extension for another time frame because I don't want to see the chapters lose all that citizen dollars. Yes, it's just sitting there, the money is earning interest and it's benefiting the Navajo Nation, but we need to get those projects completed because then again, ARPA hanado, then those projects will be put on the back burner now. ARPA sabati ka. Hey, Nadishna, when does it end so that if I need to drop legislation to get an extension, then I should start working on it, or BNF should start working on it. So I need a deadline if they have a deadline. Or if they don't have it, I can get it later on. Shananta, thank you. Shane, back to Shananta. Delegate Thomas Walker, response from the agent.
Okay, Chairman, thank you. Mr. Thomas, can you provide a response to Honorable Smith? We would appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, this is Andy, CPMD. I'll try to answer as best I can. To my understanding, Delegate Smith, I know there is a legislation that came out a year ago. So, and I can't really speak to the whole deadline, but for my deadline on this Cameron project, I have a deadline of November 30th to spend that $733,333. So my goal as a PM for CP and owner's representative for Cameron chapter, my goal is to expend $733,000 by November 30th on this project. So the way I've understood that legislation that was amended, once a contract has been encumbered and accounts have been allocated, that chapter and CPMD have 24 months to zero out those dollars. So, but again, like I said, I do have that in the back of my mind, and I will get this money spent and zeroed out by November 30th, by the end of the year. Thank you.
for your response, Mr. Thomas. With that, back to the committee. Delegate Jimmy Yellow here.
Yeah, the chairman. Just in thought they are not mute not the phone. Yeah, let's be accountability to review all the fund balance, assistance funds. We need to look at it. How many projects still have fund balance? We need to look at overall budget finance committee. I'd like to make this directive for all citizen fund on this under CAP-35-18. We need to look at the budgets available that was made under this law. We need to see all the balance on this legislation CAP-35-18. Education to the chairman bring forth before being a committee.
You can make that motion after we vote on this legislation. I'll give you the floor again to make that motion for a directive.
Thank you. Thank you,
Agashina. With that, any further questions, comments on this legislation that is before the committee right now?
I'm ready to vote.
Mr. Chair, this is Lurleen from OLC. May I chime in for a moment?
Is this regarding the extension?
Yes.
Please help us out. So you have the floor.
Thank you. I had just emailed resolution number CJA 03-21. This extended the original 2-year deadline for expenditure of the funds to 48 months to 4 years. So whatever original deadline was for the projects that were listed in the exhibits in CAP 35-18 was extended by an additional 2 years. So I guess we'd have to go down project by project to see, but just to let everyone know, it has been extended an additional 2 years. And I think Mr. Thomas might be able to give the exact expiration date based on what projects he's looking at, because they were all extended an additional 2 years. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification on the extension. With this, if there are no further questions, comments on legislation 0073-22, call for the question. Any further questions, comments? Ms. Sherelle, if you would lead us a roll call vote on legislation 0073-22 with no amendments.
Okay, Honorable Elmer PPK, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer PPK votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knazba Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Crotty votes green.
Honorable Amber Knazba Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green by text.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Honorable Chair Jamie Henio, you have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting, Chair.
Thank you for that. Roll call vote, 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. On legislation 0073-22 and Shinanda, Delegate Thomas Walker Jr. for your participation in Kerala.
Thank you.
Back to Shinanda. Delegate Jimmy Yella here. You have the floor. You were wanting to issue a directive.
Okay, that's not a chance to we just talked about a KEP -35-118. I'd like to make a directive to see this all funds that were made available under the KEP -35-118 to look at budget balance and for each one of them. That need to see some funds. That's my directive, so should come before being a committee to the chairman. Each project. Thank you.
Directive to who?
To bring before Budget and Finance Committee. To probably OMB, General County Department under Mr. Willie, Robert Willie.
For after the controller's office?
Yes.
So OMB and the controller's office.
Yeah, probably include also a community development office too.
CPMD.
Yes. Oh.
Dashina. Legal note with that. There is a motion on the floor for directive to the office of the Navajo Nation Office of Controller. Hold on before I do that. Peggy, did you get that? For the record?
Yes, I did. I did, Chair.
So there is a motion on the floor for directive to the Office of the Controllers, to the Office of Navajo Nation Office of Management and Budget, and the Division of Community Development, CPMD. Is there a second to that motion for directive? Vice Chair Smith. Motion second by Vice Chair Smith. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. With that, any questions, comments on the directive? Move forward to roll call vote on the directive. Ms. Sherelle Nota.
Okay, Honorable Elmer PBK, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer PBK votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty, how do you vote?
Delegate Crotty votes green via text.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Nathaniel Brown votes green via text.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green via text. Honorable Chair Jamie Hinyuya, 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting. Chair.
Thank you for the roll call vote. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. That we have a directive issued. With this, let's move forward to next item on our agenda, which is legislation 0075-22. Delegate Carl Slater, Vice Chair Carl Slater, are you on the line?
Chair Kenia, this is Peggy.
Yes.
Delegate Slater is not going to be able to present. He's in Tonalea chapter via text.
For the record, I'll do first call, Vice Chair Carl Slater. Second call, Vice Chair Carl Slater. Third and final call, Vice Chair Carl Slater. With that, no sponsor. We'll move forward to next item. Is the legislation 0057-22. I'm the prime sponsor with this session. Vice Chair Smith, if you would take the gavel. I will take the gavel. Budget and Finance Committee members, we are on legislation number 0057-22, sponsored by Chair Henio. Could we have that? Do we need a motion first, Peggy?
Vice Chair Smith, usually I read into the record first and then you do a motion second.
Okay, thank you. It's a little rusty. Okay, Shada, go ahead and read the legislation to the record. We have Honorable Chairperson Jamie Henio sponsoring this legislation. You have the floor, Shada.
Thank you, Sutsila. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is a proposed standing committee resolution, 24th Navajo Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Jamie Henio, prime sponsor, tracking number 0057-22, an act relating to the Budget and Finance Committee, amending the signatory authority for the Office of the Controller to conduct business with the United States Department of Interior, Bureau of Trust Funds Administration. This has been electronically read into the record, and the exhibits are there with the signature sheet and the 164 review process. The internet public review documents are there with no comments made. Vice Chair.
Shut up for reading into legislation 0057-22, sponsored by Honorable Chairperson Jamie Henio. Motion.
Yellow hair motion.
Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, motion. Second. I hear a lot of background noise. I didn't quite catch what was being said.
Vice Chair, that was Shadeja Amber Crotty. She said she'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Motion by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair and second by Honorable Amber Crotty. And on that, is there any questions? Is there any questions on this legislation? Che, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Yeah. Can you take the gavel and ask some questions?
Okay. I'll be
you have the gavel, Che. Want to ask some questions?
On order now, then go ahead, Shatu, go ahead. I just keep Navajo.
Hello, let Chair Henio introduce the legislation. I'll ask questions.
Mr. Henio, Arna Navajo, I don't know Behanansi, Arakudo Nari Kitalon, Vice Chairman, Honorable Smith. Are you still there? Go ahead.
Hakushina Shinota, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, Pro Tem Chair, Budget and Finance Committee. This legislation is 0057-22 is regarding the Office of the Controller and the Signatory Authority, because what is the purpose here is that since the Controller was relieved of her duties last year, although this year, I think this is the way I'm getting at that. Right now, currently, there needs to be a designation from the current Controller to have signatory authority in dealing with the BIA and also as a trust fund administrator with the Department of Interior. But I do have my agent Madam Controller Elizabeth Begay on the line with me. She can further explain the purpose of this legislation and the intent. Madam Controller Elizabeth Begay, are you on the line?
This is Pro Temp Chair Delegate Yellowhair, Acting Controller. Are you on the line? Sponsors to Mr. Henio. So
still lunchtime, so but Shinanda, Vice Chair Smith, that is the intent of this legislation, is this to make everything formal as far as signatory authority with the Department of Interior and as far as when it comes to trust authority for our trust funds and so forth. So, but hopefully that explains it. But what I could do is, I'll see what your question is, and then from there we can move forward. Shinanda. So back to you, Pro Tem Chair Shinanda. They'll get yellow hair.
Yes, Honorable Henio. Katrina, Kidina, this Kidolis, so to Honorable Raymond Smith, you have the floor. Nari Kidnabel, yeah.
We're pro-temping the Budget and Finance Committee Chair and Lineage. For this legislation, Shinandad Jamie Henio, Chair of the Budget and Finance on 0057-22. Naidi could be Salagi A, It says act relating to the BNF committee amending the signatory authority for the Office of Control to conduct business with the United States Department of Interior, Bureau of Trust Funds Administration. If this is the case with the Department of Interior, that's the only one, Gita. We usually deal with other federal agencies besides the Department of Interior. Is this just a request from the Department of Interior, or is this going to cover all the other signatory authority that the Navajo Nation receives? Because we have like ARPA funds too, and we had CARES funds, and how does that work? Because I'm supportive of this legislation just to make sure that we're in line. And the other question too, Shinada, is by management plan of the Local Government Act delegated. That's that. What's that thing called? Executive Official Review Exhibit B. So, it's referring to the 5 management plan. Just on the 5 management plan, and the chapters A. It has the division. The Office of Attorney General, Mr. Rodas Baka, at 31022, and this is plans of operation division policies requiring committee approval. I guess that's one process on behalf of the 164 review. Is that how this goes? They're the only ones that reviewed this, and it's under the 5 management plan of Local Governments Act. There's no others in this 164. And the other one is Exhibit A. It has tribal officials authorized to initiate disbursements and receive information on tribal accounts. So that's listed with several people in there. Is that how the chain of command is? And it's submitted by is blank, and then the date is blank. Has the acting controller, Bishop Baka, article called Bishop, and then there's, I don't know if it's proper to put in who's all on this, but are these the ones that have the authority? Like, say, if the acting controller is not available, and the next in line would be according to Exhibit A. And then the other question that I have is, how long does this last?
I know that we have a acting controller, Joe Kade, interim that how she has under the Kato, which even Nanishpadot Asigi, Joe Asad, Aled, the Spagi, CPA, the Ninigi, like the former controller. Okay, does this retro back? Idan quite Sada controller does this retro it back, or is it once we sign it? Because we're the final authorities on behalf of this legislation. Love us to the Glito, Shijit thanks for Chair Henyo doing this so that we could get things in order now. Those are my questions, Shananda. Thank you.
Yes, Vice Chairman, I'd like to give the floor back to the Honorable Chairman Henio, and I think your agent also on the line. That's
Pro Tem Chair Jimmy Yellow here. With this, the questions that you're asking, Vice Chair Smith, I do have Ajua from DOJ on the line, as she is assisting us with our legal reviews for the investment section and also with the controller's office. So to answer the legal type questions, and especially the review sheet that you're referencing, Nikki, Exhibit B, Ajua, if you could help us explain that, then put some clarity to this legislation, would appreciate it. So Ajua, handing the floor over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair Henio. Thank you, Pro Tem Chair Yellowhair. Good afternoon, committee members. So I'm going to answer the questions as I remember them, and they might be a little bit out of order, and I apologize. The first question on the tribal officials authorization form, there is no date and no indication of who's submitting it yet, because the OOC investment section needs the Budget and Finance Committee to approve, and then if approved, it will be dated and submitted along with the Budget and Finance resolution to the federal government, to the Bureau of Trust Funds Administration. So that submission and date entries, as well as at the top of that page of Exhibit A where it says the resolution number, all of that comes if BFC votes to approve this authorization form. The second question, as I remember, was about whether this would be just related to the Bureau of Trust Funds Administration, or whether this would authorize the folks listed on this form to have conversations with the federal government about other sources of money. And it is just to the funds of money that are with the Bureau of Trust Funds Administration. So BTFA has money that it takes care of for tribes, including the Navajo Nation, generally where they're earning royalty or some other type of monies on federally managed land. So that's what OOC's investment section is dealing with the Bureau of Trust Funds Administration. So this resolution would only give OOC's investment section and the particular people named on this form the authority to talk to the Bureau of Trust Funds Administration about those specific sources of funds, and it doesn't go beyond that. Next question was about whether this form has an expiration date. And the answer is no. This form was provided by the Bureau of Trust Funds Administration. And so long as the Navajo Nation presents it back to the Bureau with the associated resolution and everything looks good, that form is kept on file until the Navajo Nation decides to make a change, which is why the change is needed at this moment, because the document that the Bureau has on file currently lists the former controller and also lists former OOC investment staff. So when the Navajo Nation contacts the Bureau of Trust Funds Administration, there is currently nobody on the form that the Bureau has who is still with the Navajo Nation who can talk to the Bureau. So the intent here is to update the form with the Bureau so that the current acting controller and the current investment section staff are given the ability to talk with the Bureau, and the Bureau knows that it can release information to the individuals listed on the form. Vice Chair Smith, I believe the last question was about the 164 review sheet and the fact that what's checked on there is 5 management plans. So it's not, that section is not only for 5 management plans, it's for 5 management plans and also any acts where delegations of approving authorities are going from a standing committee. And that's what's happening here, is that the Budget and Finance Committee is delegating authority to the staff mentioned or listed, excuse me, on that form, that Bureau of Trust Funds Administration form, to be able to talk to the Bureau of Trust Funds Administration and get information from them. So that's why it's checked in that section. And then when it's the approving authority from a standing committee, you only need the division's signature, and we have acting controller's signature. And then I reviewed the form, and my supervisor, Mel Rodas, signed for the Office of the Attorney General. I believe those are all the questions, but if I missed any, please let me know. Pro Tem Chair, thank you.
Yeah, this is Pro Tem Yellow here, Henio. I think your agent, other agent also on the line, a acting controller. It is Banado dot Army Canadol. Henio.
Yeah, National Pro Tem Chair. Abiga, I think Ajwa did not explain you last, so I'll defer back to the committee.
Okay. A follow-up question, excuse me, I should too. Honorable Smith. Okay, National
Chair, Pro Temp, Chair of the Budget and Finance. Today I'll go ahead and take the chair over if there's. I appreciate all the answers, and it was clear and it was precise, and thank you very much, Shinada.
Vice Chairman. Thank you. Turn the gavel back to you.
For taking over for the Pro Temp for the questions that I had. I appreciate that. Committee members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we have legislation 0057-22 with a motion and a second. Is there any questions for the sponsor of this legislation? I don't hear any, so roll call vote. Ashkona, round the horn for legislation 0057-22.
Honorable
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Crotty with the question.
Honorable Crotty, we were voting, but I'll go ahead and recognize you, and you have the floor.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Vice Chair. I wanted to ask Department of Justice on Exhibit A. We have a title of Acting Controller, and it says it's not elected date, but term of office or contract. That is not filled out. I need some guidance in terms of, is the acting controller the individual who should be added to this form, or is it an individual who has a permanent employee status with the Navajo Nation? That's my question. Thank you, Vice Chair. Pro Tem.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. We'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to the Chair Henio and your agents to answer Honorable Crotty's question. You have the floor, Honorable Chair Henio.
Vice Chair Smith, for the questions, and with that, question from Shinanda, Delegate Emerson Crotty. Ajwa, Department of Justice, we could provide us a response and help us out.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Delegate Crotty, to answer your question, the acting controller is the proper person to be named on this form as well. The spaces where term of office or contract can be filled out, they are all blank because within the Office of the Controller, the way the Navajo Nation works is that any of the people listed on this form don't have a date certain end of their term or end of their contract. And so we leave those spaces blank because they don't apply. And at the moment, acting controller is the head of the division of OOC. And so she goes on the form as one of the individuals who's recognized to conduct business. Thank you.
Sheikh, thank you for that response. And so with this, Shanadal Vice Chair Smith, I defer the floor back to you.
Thank you for that response, Wonderful Chair Henyo and your agent, Ajawa. The committee members, is there any further questions?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty with the follow-up.
Honorable Crotty with the follow-up, you have the floor.
Thank you, Pro Tem, for Department of Justice. It's my understanding the acting controller has a contract with Navajo Nation, and that there was an end date. And my understanding that was extended. What is the process then or do we ask acting controller what is the end date of this contract? That's my concern. As in an acting status, it's temporary, and I'm not exactly clear why we're putting a temporary individual and submitting this to our federal government. So I'd need to know what that end date is for the contract, and then how this council and this committee is going to move forward with getting a permanent controller. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Agushi, thank you, Shemayaja. Committee members, any further questions before I turn the floor back over to Chair Henyo?
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Agushi, say, Honorable Yellowhair, you have the floor.
This is Delegate Yellowhair. It's legitimate. Acting controller is our controller of the Navajo Nation. We have every right to be appointed as a controller, as accountability. She will be as a conduct with a business with the United States Department of Interior, with the Bureau of Trust Funds Administration, ABO, Basula, Kopiga, Dot Ada, the acting controller. She has that authority until such time change. So being a committee, I'm full for it, and it's a legitimate reason. So Biga, and Shehya, Lieutenant, Chairman, yeah.
Agushi, back to Chair Henyo. You have the floor.
Vice Chair Smith, and also for the follow-up question. And with this, I believe I did hear that our Madam Controller is also on the line. So, Madam Controller, Ms. Elizabeth Gay, are you on the line?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. I had a problem with the mic earlier. Vice Chair Smith or Pro Temp Smith, and the question from Delegate Crotty about my term of office or my contract. It ends, to be exact, February 23rd, 2023. So we can put that contract end date, but I'll defer that answer to Adjoa. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. So with this, Mr. Smith, I defer back to you, to the committee. Yield the floor back to the committee. Thank you, Chair Henio. Budget Finance Committee members, any further questions for this legislation?
Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor. Go ahead. Maybe proceed.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Could I ask Department of Justice to provide that feedback, knowing now the contract date, and if that needs to be added by amendment, or is that considered an administrative issue? Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Committee members, any further questions before I turn the floor back over to the sponsor of this legislation? Not hearing any. Chair Henio, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for the questions from the committee. I'll defer the question to, it was directed that Department of Justice or Ajwa, Department of Justice, if you would provide a response.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Delegate Crotty, so as the acting controller has explained about her term of contract, now the committee can decide either to amend and include that term here on the document, or leave it blank. And I will point out that generally for the way it's been done before is it's been left blank. And then whenever there's a change in staff, whether it is the controller position / acting controller position or investment section staff that are also listed on the form, then we update I work with the investment section to update the form and go through this process again. So if we put the term of contract on this current form, then that means come March 1st, 2023, even if there were a situation where the acting controller at that point was still in the position, whether as acting or permanent, we would need to put a new form together and go through this process again, because the Bureau of Trust Funds Administration would tell us that the previous form we gave them says that the acting controller is only authorized until February, forgive me, I've forgotten the date, but February of 2023. I hope that explains. Thank you.
Thank you for that response, Audra. Vice Chair Smith, yield the floor back to you, the committee.
I'll go to Chair Henio. Committee members, any further questions before we call for the question?
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, Shamayoji, you have the floor. Go ahead. Maybe proceed.
Yeah, Pro Tem. Seeing that now the committee has a contract date, I'd like to make the motion to add the contract ending date on the exhibit, if I'm in order. Thank you, Chair Pro Tem.
Honorable Crotty, you want to make a motion to add the expiration date on the documentation that you were asking that was blank? Is that what you're doing?
Thank you. Let me clarify. So Exhibit A, the first page, on the first line, there's it says name, Elizabeth Begay, title, acting controller, election date, if applicable, NA, and then it says term of office or contract. So Ms. Begay's on contract, so I'm motioning to add the term of her contract in Exhibit A. She did sign the document, but that information was not provided. Thank you, Pro Tem.
That's going to be Amendment 1 on this legislation for 0057-22 to put that language in Exhibit A for the termination for the term of office or contract under acting OOC's Elizabeth Begay. Is that how I understand it?
Yes, Chair. If an amendment is needed, or if I could ask Legislative Council if that could be done administratively. Thank you.
Before I recognize that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Legislative Council. Legislative Council, we need your guidance on this. There's a question posed from Honorable Roddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have not done an amendment to legislation that changes an exhibit that was prepared by another program or party. Normally, if an exhibit is incorrect, or if the committee wants different information on a particular exhibit, that exhibit is replaced and an amendment is done in the legislation to replace that exhibit. So I think that would be the proper procedure for doing this rather than an on-the-floor amendment to the exhibit itself. This document was prepared by the Office of the Controller, and I'm sure that they did that with the guidance of DOJ. So I would ask Ms. Adjoa to chime in on this particular issue and give her opinion. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Legislative Council. Appreciate that response. Turn the floor over to Oshawa, Department of Justice. Could you please give us some information on this?
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem. So as Ms. Tapahi mentioned, the usual course of action would be to replace the exhibit, which if the committee would grant me a few moments, I can work on updating the exhibit so that it can be replaced if a committee member wishes to make that amendment. Thank you.
Back to Oshawa, Department of Justice. I appreciate that. How long will it take you to draft up a Exhibit A with the requested amendment on that, or request for modification, or however you want to word that properly? How long will it be?
Chair Pro Tem, I would need probably about 2-3 minutes. I just need to find the correct document and confer with OOC about the correct contract term date. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Chair Henio, back to you.
This is Delegate Yell here.
Vice Smith, I believe if that amendment is will be coming from the Budget and Finance Committee, I don't know. My concern would be is does that require a whole new set of signatures? And if it does, then maybe the best thing to do is to table this legislation until May 3rd, until we can get the corrected insertions in there as far as the contract end date. And with that, I'm open to that. And then it'll give time to the Nomination Department of Justice and Controller's Office and Office of Legislative Counsel to make this amendment proper, and then we can move forward with that. That'd be my response, Vice Chair Smith.
Goshen, thank you for that, Chair Henio. You are the sponsor of this legislation. I guess that question would be to the Department of Justice. I hear you, Che. I'll go ahead and recognize you after I do make my statement here. There is a request possibly to table this. It might require additional signatures on this behalf if we're going to amend Exhibit A. Of course, that would be in the guidance of the Department of Justice on that behalf. But the Department of Justice said that they only need a couple minutes at this point in time, Chair Henio. I'd like to go ahead and recognize Honorable Jamil here. Jamil here, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, Chair, yeah. Because live as it was, like this, that won't interference or delay any between the controllers, acting controllers, and also Bureau of Indian Affairs or any government. So she has also a flexible and they won't delay any contract. So this will happen anytime when the new control comes into it, can be changed. If we do a change, then we're going to start everything and it's going to cause a delay. I'm pretty sure that never know her contract might be extended to. Leave as is, as it was, and let's not mess around with it. That will be better for the Navajo Nation. That's my recommendation. Yeah, don't change it. What on Junior? Do you want to red tape get at the save on the cut? Thank you. Back to you, pro temp chair. Yeah, thanks for the floor.
Negotiation on that, Honorable Jamil here, on behalf of your request to leave it as it is, the way the legislation is drafted. Back to Honorable Crotty, there's a request on behalf of one of the Budget and Finance Committee members, Honorable Jamil here, requesting that we just move the legislation as the way it is without no change on the Exhibit A. I guess I'll leave it to you because you're requesting to have the Exhibit A. What are your thoughts on that? I don't hear no response on that behalf. Back to Office of Legislative Counsel. On the request from Honorable Crotty to change out Exhibit A, would that require a motion and a second on that, or is that just a modification, or how do we do this? Because I hear one member saying just leave the legislation as it is, and another member saying we need to change Exhibit A. I need a little guidance on this behalf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Lurleen. So the appropriate procedure for doing this would be a motion to amend the legislation by changing out the exhibit for a new document. But since the exhibit is not ready at this time, then the amendment would not be in order because there is no document. On the other hand, the committee could table this this matter, and let me see, I believe, is Budget and Finance Committee the final authority? I believe so. Let's see. Yes, it's Budget and Finance Committee is the final authority, so this legislation can be taken back up at the next Budget and Finance Committee meeting. And hopefully at that time, the necessary amended Exhibit A will be ready. Thank you.
Chair Pro Tem, this is
Thank you,
Ajwa, if I may.
The Office of Legislative Counsel. Who's speaking, please?
I apologize, Chair Pro Tem. This is Ajwa from DOJ.
Yes, go ahead, Ajwa, you have the floor.
Thank you. I wanted to let the committee know that I have the form ready to update, and I'm just waiting on OOC staff to call me back and give me the correct date. So if the committee wishes to move ahead with the amendment now, I can make that happen, and I just need to know who to email the amended exhibit to. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Ajwa, very much. We're ready to entertain this. We haven't heard anybody speak from the floor saying that they wanted to table this. I heard Chair Henio say that it would probably be best to do a tabling motion on this, but his concern was, will it require new signatures for the whole Exhibit A, or is it the signatures valid with just the amendment that's been requested through one of the BNF members saying that contract date should be on there? And if so, we go forward, it can be forward to Peggy, our legislative advisor, so that she can forward that to the Budget Finance Committee members on the new Exhibit A with the terms of the Office R contract of the OOC.
Point of order, this is Doug Yellow here.
What's your point of order, Shay? Jamil here, Honorable.
My point of order was not answered. My question was leave as is, so everything will be the same and be flexible, and there will be no delay, anything to interference with these contracts. That was my concern, and there was no questions. I need that answer, my pro temp chair.
Okay, not Shay, for the question. I did ask the question to the requesting party to amend Exhibit A. I didn't get a response, so, and then I got a response from Oshawa Department of Justice saying that she's ready to move forward with this, and it needs a motion and a second on this change of Exhibit A. And if we get a motion and a second, then we vote on it. And if we do vote on the exhibit to be changed, then it will be changed in this legislation. But if it fails, it will stay the same on the as the way the legislation has been drafted. If we don't get a vote on Exhibit A or a motion on or a second on Exhibit A.
Thank you.
Committee members, any further questions? I think we're ready to proceed on this legislation with possibly an Exhibit A being modified or changed. Peggy, have you received anything from Department of Justice regarding the exhibit change?
I haven't received anything yet, Vice Chair Smith. We will also need amendment language prepared by Legislative Council for this amendment.
Shada, could you repeat what you said?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair, members of the Budget and Finance. I haven't received anything yet by email. And we will also need amendment language prepared by Legislative Council for this amendment to go through to remove the form and replace with a new exhibit. Did you hear me that time?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Shada. I appreciate your answer on the no amendments has been sent forth by the Department of Justice. We'll still wait on that behalf. Back to Legislative Council, there was a advice from Peggy regarding the language in regards to the removal of the original and adding in a new Exhibit A.
And there's no second yet either, Vice Chair Smith.
Correct. Committee members, we're still waiting on the change of Exhibit A. And we have motioning party by Honorable Amber Crotty. Is that still holding? Honorable Amber Crotty, are you still holding that modification? Going once on the request for the Amendment 1 on the Exhibit A, Honorable Crotty. Going twice. Going 3 times. We don't have no.
Chair, can I, this is Delegate Brown, can I go ahead and motion that? Thank you. Or do you just need a second?
Honorable Brown. Back to Honorable Brown, we don't have a motioning party.
Chair, I would like to motion.
Back to Honorable Brown, what are you motioning? Honorable Brown? What are you
I
motioning?
am motioning, what Delegate Crotty was motioning was the amendment.
Could you be more clear than that? Honorable Brown, you still with us? Committee members, we don't have anybody on the request for the modification of Exhibit A. It was called once, it's called twice, it's called 3 times. With that, we don't have no motioning party or second on this. So I'll be calling for the question. Round the horn for the legislation.
Honorable Elmer P.B. Gay, how do you vote?
I will agree.
Honorable Elmer P.B. Gay votes green. Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty, how do you vote?
Hi, this is Delegate Huddy. I'm sorry, what is the vote on?
Shudder, it's the vote on the main motion for legislation 0057.
Oh, thank you. I apologize, committee members. I have some issues here, so I'll vote red on the main motion. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty votes red. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Chair Pro Tem Raymond Smith Jr., you have 3 in favor, 2 opposed, and Pro Tem Chair Raymond Smith Jr. not voting pro tem.
Thank you for that roll call vote. The legislation 0057-22 is final authority of Budget and Finance Committee, has passed with a vote of 3 and 2 in opposition of the legislation. So this is our final authority here with the legislation. I appreciate this, Chair Henio, and I will be moving to the next legislation, item G, legislation number 0068-22. Shudder, could you read that into the record? And this is final authority by the Navajo Nation Budget and Finance Committee.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Sitzila and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is a proposed standing committee resolution, 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Jamie Henio, primary sponsor, tracking number 0068-22, an act relating to the Budget and Finance Committee as recommended by the Navajo Nation Investment Committee, approving the selection of Prudential Group Investment Management, PGIM, as a non-core real estate manager for the Navajo Nation Permanent Fund and Retirement Plan, and approving the subscription booklets and related documents between the Navajo Nation and PGIM for the Navajo Nation Permanent Fund and the Navajo Nation Retirement Plan. The exhibits are there that are referenced in the legislation, and the Internet Public Review document has no comments. And Budget and Finance Committee has final authority on this. Vice Chair or Chair Henio.
Thank you for reading into legislation 0068-22. We have the sponsor by Honorable Jamie Henio, Chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. Do we have a motion? Motion going once. Motion going twice. The motion by Henio. Motion by we have a motion by Honorable Jamie Jamie Henue. Second.
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Second by Honorable Crotty of this legislation. Committee members, any questions on legislation number 068-22? We're the final authority. Do we still have a quorum?
Yes, Vice Chair, you still do. You have 6 members that I can see on the Zoom call.
Hopefully they're listening in. Committee members, any questions regarding this legislation? Are you ready to vote?
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Crotty. I apologize. I have a lot of background noise, but I would like to hear the presentation.
Shimayaja, you have a question on behalf of this legislation. I'll turn the floor over to Chair Henue. You have the floor.
I'd like to say again, Vice Chair Smith, for the recognition on this presentation for legislation 0068-22. And Kadoya, this is a function of the investment committee as far as working with our money managers. And therefore, I do have Madam Controller, Ms. Elizabeth Begay on the line to assist with the presentation, and also Mr. Jimmy, our financial analysis for this investment committee. So with that, I'll defer to Madam Controller Elizabeth Begay to provide the presentation on this legislation.
Thank you, Chair Henue. Pro Temp Smith and Budget and Finance Committee. The Investment Committee back in April 2019 with the former controller approved to invest in non-core real estate managers for the Navajo Nation Permanent Fund and Retirement Plan. Based on the advice of our consultant, RBK, they recommended that the permanent trust fund should be invested 5% of that to non-core real estate investment. And for the retirement plan, they also advise us to invest 5% on non-core real estate money manager. And at that time, the investment committee selected the PGIM. They're a non-core real estate manager. And before you is the legislation requesting approval of the selection of PGIM. I know it happened back in 2019, and we just uncovered this pending legislation that need to be presented to the Budget and Finance Committee so that we can move forward to comply with the recommended asset allocation by our consultant, RVK. And just for a background information, non-core, it's a more aggressive type of real estate investment, but the potential for a tremendous amount of cash flow will be realized once the project, which is typically on a development or redevelopment phase, is fully developed. So that's a high risk investment, but the reward will be higher as well. Thank you, Mr. Pro Temp.
Okay, Vice Chair Smith, that's the extent of the presentation. I yield the floor back to the committee.
Gaucher, sponsor of this legislation. Chair Henio, appreciate that enlightenment of this legislation. Committee members, any questions regarding this 0068-22? Committee members of the Budget and Finance Committee, do we have any questions? Chair Jimmy Yellow here, are you available? Honorable Jimmy Yellow here. Or any committee members?
I'm available, Sir.
So, Shanaida Kidbisala, Ashwara, could you take over the gavel?
A question, go ahead and take over. A question, I'll give you the floor. Sir.
Appreciate the legislation in front of us, Shanandad and Osenigi 0068-22. It's talking about the action relating to recommending the Navajo Nation Investment Committee. What are we recommending? The approval of Prudential Group Investment Management. Has that been fully, has there been due process on that? And I know Investment Committee sits within their own committee and they recommend this to the Budget and Finance Committee. Prudential that AG Ashida Bananishpadate called Osh Nasnado Ganado Biganado Atlagisha what Ash Halate Adida Ado Quad non-core real estate manager that the Ninigi for the Navajo Nation Permit Fund Joe A Hiyalit Bada William other retirement plan. A Halate Ao A Yahab Association could be Sula Kashunzal Benanishpadot Ato ish contract bitas beta holo called contracts pay addition Chair Henio. I'm sure you got some agents. Adult subscription booklets the baka ish yes subscription booklets ish bitas so haleta a what the baka what is proving chupakota baka a association the edition and subscription booklets ish yeah خيدا AIC ببورني خيش لا خيش إيش investment committee إيش ديتشا although related documents between the Navajo Nation and PGIM Joy Prudential Group Investment Management إيشين هيالي هذا هو يا although quite Navajo Permit Fund and the Navajo Retirement Plan Joe Aquadis Navajo Retirement Plan every year they're always saying Yala so Picado was stolen the Chea Hanko managed the Sponiki Picado was did a machine so the date that's all yeah Asian ID Kitchen and that kid not pro temp chair Honorable Jimmy O'Hare.
Yeah, no, so to the kitty. I'd like to return the floor to Chairman Henios Tele and Jahusladole. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith. Pro Tem Chair Delegate Jimmy O'Hare for presiding. Other questions again from the Budget and Finance Committee regarding this legislation. And with this legislation, we have here before us is that Prudential Group Investment Management is vetted by the Investment Committee upon the recommendation of the investment manager, RBK. So with that, the committee went through this process of resolutions and debate, and also made some daily resolution to that effect. So with that, Madam Controller Elizabeth Begay or Department of Justice Ajwa, they could help us with providing a response back to the committee, and also regarding the question regarding subscription booklets and related documents. They could answer that question too also. So with this, Madam Controller, Ms. Begay.
Thank you, Chair Hinil, and Pro Temp Smith and Budget and Finance Committee. The subscription booklet is basically an agreement that binds the Navajo Nation to commit certain investment based on this legislation. We're committing to invest $50 million from the Permanent Trust Fund. Is $37,500,000. That's page 3 of 4 of the legislation. And from the retirement plan, we're committing $12,500,000 for a total investment of $50 million. As I stated earlier, this is a higher risk investment, and they use the subscription booklet to basically detail the transactions. That's the term that the market use in this type of investment. If you can add additional information, Ajwa, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Acting Controller. Committee members, the only thing I have to add is that so this deal was reviewed by DOJ, and we worked in conjunction with outside counsel. So it has been through due diligence and review, and what is before you today is what was negotiated between the Navajo Nation and the representatives of PGIM. Thank you.
Thank you, for your response. Back to Pro Temp Chair. I yield the floor back to the committee.
Controller, about your explanation. I'd like to return the floor back to if you're satisfied with your question. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair, Honorable Jimmy O'Hare. My question goes back to the investment committee. There is a resolution that was passed as Exhibit A, NNICAP-02-19. Is that still standing, or are we changing this? Has that been amended, or is this still in existence? Because it was passed back in April of 2019, and it was a vote of 4 in favor and none opposed. And the Exhibit B talks about the non-core real estate recommendation from RBK, Exhibit B, executive summary within the Budget and Finance Investment Committee, based on the objectives and what is still standing with that. And my last question was, how long is this going to last on behalf of this legislation that we have in front of us, 0068-22? Do we do this on a, how often do we change this? How often do we make amendments to this? I know that this is in front of us. This is recommendation. Investment committee is the one that does the due diligence, and then they recommend that to the Navajo Nation for approving of the PGIM they made the selection on that, and thank you, Ajwa, for explaining that. The other question I had too was, what are we talking about in the subscription booklets? What entails in that? What is in that subscription booklets? I don't sit on the investment committee, but as the investment committee does recommend this to the budget and finance committee, it's always good to get a gist of that and understanding of what the subscription booklets are. Is that PGIM's prerogative to be aware of that, or are they the author of that, or who is the author of that subscription booklets? And if we need to change the subscription booklets, is that within the investment committee? Is it beneficial to have the subscription booklets? Is it talking about monetary funds, or is it talking about what is it really talking about? I haven't really gotten in depth in this, but those are my questions for now. Thank you, Pro Temp Chair.
Thank you very much to Pro Temp Chair right now. As Pro Temp Chair right now, I'll give the floor back to Chairman Henio. I'll give the floor back to you.
Okay. Again, Pro Tem Chair Delegate Jimmy Yule here. Are there questions regarding the subscription booklets and so forth? To defer to, I think RVK is also on the line. Is RVK on the line?
Yes, hello, Chair Henio. This is Bo Burgraff from RVK. I'm on.
Okay. Bo, if you could explain what the subscription booklet is for clarification. Thank you.
Yeah, in general terms, the subscription booklet contains the contractual agreement or the investment agreement of how PGIM will manage the investment, what they're bound to, what are the risk guidelines, what are the investment guidelines. That's all been both looked at from an investment perspective as well as a legal perspective based on Ajwa's work and outside counsel's work. So it contains a lot of detail. There's also some negotiation on certain terms or changes in terms within that contract between the Navajo Nation and the manager itself to make them more amenable to the Navajo Nation requirements for certain dispute resolution being handled by Navajo courts and those sort of stipulations. As noted before, the documents do contain just the reference initial investment amount, which was $37.5 million for the permanent fund and $12.5 million for the retirement plan. I don't know if that answers the question completely. There's a lot in a subscription agreement. A lot of it has to do with legal documentation and legal narrative, which I'm not necessarily an expert on, but happy to answer any other questions that I can if it's possible.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that response. And maybe Ajwa, you can help us with the subscription book questions.
Thank you, Chair Henio. So I don't have much more to add than what Bo noted. I think the most pertinent thing is that, as Bo mentioned, there has been a negotiation to ensure that, the Navajo Nation is not waiving its sovereign immunity, and that PGIM will be working based on what the Navajo Nation specifically wants and what Navajo Nation is directing PGIM to do. So that's all laid out in the subscription booklet, and that should there be any issues, that the courts of the Navajo Nation will be where, excuse me, these issues would be heard and resolved. Vice Chair Smith, to your question about the investment committee's resolution, while it is from a couple of years ago, there has not been a subsequent investment committee resolution that would override it. So it still stands. And then finally, Vice Chair Smith, to your question about how often we change. Perhaps Bo has some more insight on this, but at least in my experience, the changes don't happen all too often because part of what, excuse me, RVK helps the Navajo Nation with is to advise on courses of action that, you know, would provide stability as well as returns. So until such time as RVK and the Navajo Nation's investment section recommend another change based on what's happening with the markets, then PGIM would stand. I believe that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is Pro Tem Chair Delegate Yellow here. Thank you. Chair, Vice Chairman Smith, you satisfied? Getting conscience too.
Oh, Chair Chair for Pro Temping. Abigail.
Abigail, okay, Arate. I got on lunch team.
Abigail.
Okay,
I'm pushing ahead last check for Pro Temping for the questions I posed. And thank you, Chair, for running the meeting thus far. Otto, sponsor of the legislation, those that have answered my question. At this point in time, committee members, do we have any questions on this legislation? Honorable Begay, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Hello, yeah, I should ask for asking all those questions. You know, I don't know. Chair Henio, I don't manager, Madam Controller, Begay. Good afternoon. I have a question. I know that now you described the subscription booklets and related documents. My question is how much is it change going to be? The goal, or is it is there no changes in it, or is this only the whole retirement plan? Is there going to be any changes somewhere, or is it just going to be like the amount, or is it going to be better for the Navajo Nation? Right now, we're in I guess we call it that all the we know that the market is not good, but the cost of the living and then also is rising. So is there a way that it can be controlled, or it's not going to be affecting the whole retirement plan? I guess that's my question. Thanks for this. Thank you.
Wishing staff, Honorable Elmer Begay. Committee members, any other questions for this legislation? I don't hear any. Back to you, Chair Henio.
Okay, regarding the question on this investment in non-core real estate and how it would impact the retirement and the permanent fund, and are there going to be any changes regarding that, I'll defer that to either Madam Controller Elizabeth Begay, or you wish to have RVK, Mr. Boo, respond. Please let me know, Madam Controller Elizabeth Begay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a different asset class, but RVK Bo can explain the different asset class that we have right now with the permanent trust fund and the retirement plan. Bo?
Thank you, Chair Henio and Madam Controller. Yes, so the first question about the retirement plan and changes, this represents probably, it's less than 5% in total. It's probably closer to 1% of the retirement plan assets. It's a small amount that will help with diversification of that plan. In terms of inflation and cost of living, we recognize that over the last several months, things have become more expensive on a lot of in a lot of ways. For the retirement plan, we're trying to get to a certain return level. I believe it's 6.25% or 6.4%, if I recall correctly. So having an investment like this non-core real estate, which has a higher return expectation, it's typically in the range of 7 to 9%, maybe even higher than that, just depends on the market. It's helpful to try to achieve that rate of return, thus being able to provide full benefits as obligated, as the plan is obligated to do for all the people that are enrolled in the defined benefit plan. So it's helpful in that regard. Just in general, real estate is a better investment to mitigate or protect against inflation, because what often happens in inflationary environments is that leases come due or they expire, and when they expire within a rising or an inflationary environment, oftentimes that means that the owners, which the fund would be the owner of these different properties, they can increase the rents of the people that are in the office building, or increase the rents of those folks that are renting an apartment. So there's a benefit to that. So it hedges, or it is defensive against inflationary environments like what we're in today. So it is helpful in that regard. And I would make the note too that you have other real estate investments in both the retirement plan and the permanent fund. This is just one manager that's within the structure that's going to help diversify. It's as Madam Controller Begay said, it's a little bit more aggressive. It has some development and some pre-development aspects to it. But overall, it should be a diversifier for both the real estate allocation and the total fund for both the permanent and the retirement plan. Does that answer the question? I'm happy to answer other follow-on questions to that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bo, for responding. Shananta, Vice Chair Smith, I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you again, Chair Henyo and your agents. Committee members, any questions?
A follow-up, Da.
Gushain Da, you have the floor on your follow-up.
Okay, so if it's completed for during this time, during the inflation, and we don't know the expectation of how the market is going to be, and later on, we don't know how long this inflation is going to be, and you know, there's a lot of issues going on through this pandemic. Even through the supply chain is very, you know, something that's going on right now, and then also we don't know how the market's going to be affecting the war between Russia and Ukraine. So we don't know how long that's going to be, and so we're just hoping that, you know, that this is the consideration of changing this would somehow be benefiting or retirement. I guess that's what was my question. Thank you, Shada.
Gushain staff for that question to the sponsor of this legislation. Committee members, any other questions? Not hearing any, so go ahead and turn the floor back over to Chair Henyo.
Vice Chair Smith, for the questions and from the committee. And I'll defer this to regarding inflation and how it will impact the portfolios, and how was look what's the forecast for the future. I think that's how I heard the question. So with that, I defer back to my agents, both from RVK.
Thank you, Chair Henio. In terms of the outlook for inflation, yes, there's an expectation that inflation will be higher for the better part of this year. It is expected that it will eventually work itself out, particularly as it relates to some of the supply chain issues that we've been encountering with ships being backed up at different ports, shutdowns in China, which restricts some of the exports out of that country that are inputs into different manufacturing processes and products here in the United States. We expect those things to work themselves out over the next year. Inflation will run higher. I should also mention that energy, particularly for Europe, will be higher as they potentially try to transition away from being reliant on Russian fossil fuels to power their energy infrastructure, et cetera. That's not such a big issue with the United States, as we can increase some production and offset some of that with our own stock of fossil fuels, oil to be specific. But with that, I would say that, again, the change to the portfolio here that we're talking about today is a relatively small one. I think there was a question earlier about how often we change the allocations, et cetera, for the portfolios. And I would say we do that probably roughly every 2 to 3 years we look at it. And that would sort of fall into the time frame when we looked at this change, which was done in April 2019. So it's been about 3 years since we actually recommended that. In terms of the overall portfolio and inflation, there are other parts of the portfolio that will benefit with rising inflation and rising interest rates. You have a bank loans allocation, which those are floating rate instruments. So if inflation goes up, the natural reaction from the Federal Reserve is to raise interest rates, and the market also responds by having higher interest rate bonds issued in the market. Therefore, if higher interest rates are seen in the market, bank loans, because they're floating rate, will increase as well. So those investments will hold up well in an environment such as an inflationary one with rising interest rates. You have about 15% of your allocation in real estate in total. This PGIM investment is just a small part of that 15%, but that 15% should hold up well also in inflation. And I should just take a quick second to backtrack. Bank loans is roughly 5% of the allocation. Real estate is 15%. In some cases, equities, depending on the particular sector or industry, can do well in inflationary environments. If you think about companies that are in the natural resources business, commodities, some infrastructure companies, those types of stocks will do well in this environment. And so you've got about roughly 50% of your portfolios are in equities as they think about the retirement plan and the permanent fund. Now, not all of that 50% will be invested in infrastructure and commodities. It's more diversified than that. But a good portion of it will be, and so some of that allocation will benefit from an inflationary environment. Lastly, you have exposure to bonds or fixed income. Those don't typically do as well in a rising interest rate environment or an inflationary environment. As we know, as interest rates go up, bond prices go down. However, the managers do have the ability to allocate to other sectors of fixed income that are sensitive to inflation. There's a security type called TIPS, or Treasury Inflation Protected Securities. Those investments actually respond positively in pricing to increased inflation. And so as inflation becomes more, it has become more of a real issue of late, and it maintains to be an issue going forward over the next several months, your investment managers do have the ability to invest in those securities to help also offset inflationary risks that we're seeing today. Having said that, the market overall we're going through a modest, I would call it a modest correction, just because of the inflation concerns, the Ukraine conflict, Russia invading Ukraine, and just the communication from the Fed that they will be increasing interest rates by roughly, I think they've projected 7 to 9 interest rate increases this year for 2022. That would put short-term interest rates back up to around anywhere from 2 to 2.5%, depending if they follow through on that, which is still, that's always going to be a question if they do that. So it's clear that there are some corrections going on in the market. That's a healthy thing. One of the things you see with markets like this when things do go down is that it presents good buying opportunities for companies that are better priced or may become undervalued because everything tends to sell off all at once. So while it's a little bit painful to go through these events, and we've gone through several over the last probably 15 years, after these events happen, markets tend to heal and correct themselves. And, there's a good position or a good opportunity going forward as before, thinking about long-term, which is how RVK thinks about capital markets, is a long-term perspective. We expect that markets will, look much more attractive after we get through this sort of market correction period. So while it's a little bit painful to sit in and live in, it's not uncommon. We've been here before, but we expect over the long term markets will provide positive performance for your assets, including the permanent fund and those in the retirement plan.
Okay, thank you for providing that response. Vice Chair Smith, I yield the floor back to the committee.
Okay, Chair Henio. Committee members, any further questions? I'm not hearing any, so I'll call for the question on this legislation. Roll call vote, round the horn.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knezba Crowdy, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green, yes.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knezba Crowdy, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba Crowdy, how do you vote? Honorable Pro Temp Chair Raymond Smith Jr., you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. Pro Temp Chair.
So basically, this is Delegate Claudia voted green.
Honorable Pro Temp Chair Raymond Smith Jr., the vote is 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Temp Chair not voting. Pro Temp.
Gushy, thank you for that roll call vote. Legislation here. Final Authorities Budget and Finance Committee with the vote 5 in favor, 0 opposed. Moving on to item H, legislation number 0069-22. We have sponsored Honorable Chair Henio as a sponsor of this legislation. Shuddick, could you read this into the record?
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is a proposed standing committee resolution. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Jamie Henio, prime sponsor, tracking number 0069-22. An act relating to the Budget and Finance Committee approving the selection of a successor deposit sweep account for the Navajo Nation's deferred compensation plan for political appointees and council delegates. This has been electronically read into the record. The exhibits are there. There were no public comments on the internet public review summary sheet. Vice Chair.
Goshen Shada, thank you for the reading of this legislation. Motion?
Delegate Begay, motion.
I recognize Honorable Elmer Begay. Second.
Delegate Yellowhair, second.
Honorable Yellowhair, second. The motioning of this legislation. Committee members, any questions on this legislation?
I have a question.
Gushy, I'll recognize your question on behalf of that Honorable Elmer Begay. But before I recognize you to give you the floor, I'll turn the floor over to the sponsor of this legislation. Chair Henio, you have the floor.
Vice Chair Smith, for chairing the meeting here, legislation 0069-22. And as we all know, as council delegates, that we have a deferred compensation plan in lieu of fringe benefits, and also 401k plan. The same goes with our political appointees for the legislative branch and also for the executive branch, people that are appointed by and the LDAs. Those are the three classes that I can think of right now that are under this legislation. And so what we're doing is we're, as the investment committee, or from the retirement plan committee, administration committee, this is a standard procedure that we usually follow. And I just hope my agent, Ms. Andrea Holmes, is on the line. If not, Audra, if you could provide more information.
Sure, Chair Henio. Committee members, so excuse me, this is related to a change in the Navajo Nation's contracting. If you will recall, last year, we came before the committee because Wells Fargo, all of Wells Fargo's contracts were moved over to principal, and the committee approved that move. And this is related to so in essence, a sweep account is where the, at the time, Wells Fargo, but now it would be principal if the committee votes to approve this, but where funds are held in a short term, while it's either, excuse me, waiting to be invested, or it is going to be dispersed if there are any political appointees or council delegates that should be paid out. And so before, with Wells Fargo, the Navajo Nation held its funds in a Wells Fargo sweep account. But because we have moved all of our services over to principal, we now need to give authority, the Budget and Finance Committee now needs to give authority to hold the money in a principal sweep account. So at the heart of it, what is happening isn't changing in terms of the way the Navajo Nation does business, in terms of the way the deferred compensation plan is managed. It's just that instead of Wells Fargo holding the funds in this temporary sweep account, that it would be principal that holds the funds in the sweep account to match the fact that the Navajo Nation has switched all of these related businesses from Wells Fargo to principal. Thank you.
Michaela, thank you for helping me with this, Audra. And so this legislation is supporting the change within the Retirement Plan Administration Committee, and there is a resolution from the committee that's attached to this legislation. So, Vice Chair Smith, I yield the floor back to you for your questions.
Thank you, Chair Henio and your agent for explaining the legislation before us. Turn the floor over to our Honorable Delegate Elmer Begay. You have the floor.
Thank you for that. Chair Henio, from the retirement office. I'm understanding that this is the deferred compensation plan for political appointees. So, is there any like I said, is it good for this type of financial crisis that we're going through and changing from Wells Fargo to another bank? Is it good? Is it for the future? Is it better? And what do you foresee in it that's good for the whole nation? And maybe emphasize more on that. Why had to change it, or I know that there's a better for the future, but we're in this crisis. So I wanted to know that if it's safe for it, and then if it's good, that if it's for the future. That would be my question. Thank you.
Questions, staff. Committee members, any other further questions? Back to Honorable Chair Henio.
Vice Chair Smith, for the questions. Smith, Budget and Finance Committee, this legislation and what the topic of this legislation is that it's money that's currently being implemented by the Navajo Nation for council delegates and political appointees of the Navajo Nation, where depending on the rate of pay, a percentage is put into this account and is held there until the term of the appointee or the delegate is over. And so AD is just a sweep account. What they mean by that is that it sits there and it's managed by where it's being watched over as far as when it comes to money coming in on a bi-weekly basis. And so when the question here is this money also being invested as part of the main portfolio that the Navajo Nation has? I think that's a good question because his concern is the current market conditions and inflation. So similar to the questions that we had on the previous legislation. So with this, Andrea Holmes, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. There you are. So if you could help us out with this question on providing a good response. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Elmer Begay, for your question, and also Chair Henio for sponsoring, and also Ajwa for explaining. Also, hello to everybody on the line, along with the Budget and Finance Committee. So with this legislation, what's going on is that Wells Fargo, back in 2021, they kind of like switched over all the monies to Principal. And what Principal Financial Group, they are now the trustee for the sweep account, which means, just like explained earlier, that this money is just like a holding. It is just a cash managed account. It is invested, so any earnings will go into the account. So at the time the political appointee, or in the council delegate leaves office, this is where we go into this account and we pay out the political appointee or council their balance of what was contributed along with the earnings. So every quarter, based off of the statements that you receive, so every quarter, either the earnings, which means like the interest, is going to be a loss or it's going to be a gain. So you'll get all those money. So this sweep account, that's where we go to principal now. It used to be Wells Fargo, but now we're just moving the money to principal is all we're doing. And so this account, it's just a short-term account for where we can take the cash out and then pay out the political appointee or council. So that we're just needing that authorization to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea, for helping me out with this response. Vice Chair Smith, I yield the floor back to the committee.
Okay, thank you, Chair Henio. Committee members, Naida Kinsella. Last call. Any questions? Koshia, I don't hear no questions. Thank you, Chair Henry, for this legislation. Call for the roll call vote. Round the horn.
Honorable Elmer PPK, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer PPK votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba Crowdy, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba Crowdy, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knezba Crowdy, how do you vote? Honorable Pro Temp Chair Raymond Smith Jr., you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, Pro Temp Chair.
Thank you for that roll call vote. 4 in favor. This is the legislation that's the final authority Budget and Finance Committee has passed with 4 in favor. Moving on to the next item, legislation number 080-22, 0080-22. Shetta, could you read that into the record?
Okay, thank you, Cecilia, Vice Chair Smith. This is a proposed standing committee resolution, 24th Nomination Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Jamie Henio, primary sponsor, tracking number 0080-22, an act relating to the Budget and Finance Committee approving the termination of Intech as the Navajo Nation's investment manager for their master trust fund and their retirement plan fund, and the reallocation of the Navajo Nation's assets among incumbent investment managers. The exhibits that are referenced in legislation are there. The Internet Public Review document did not show any comments. Vice Chair.
Okay, Shetta. Motion?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Motion, Delegate McKay. Second, Delegate McKay.
I hear a motion by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, second by Honorable Elmer Begay. Any questions for this legislation, committee members?
I have a question.
Goshi, I hear a question from Honorable Elmer Begay. Before I give you the floor, let me turn the floor back over to the sponsor. Chair Henio, you have the floor. Regarding this legislation, Vice Chair Smith, and this legislation is before the committee as a recommendation from the Nomination and Investment Committee regarding the termination of one of the money managers. As on a quarterly basis, the Investment Committee receives reports, progress reports from a manager, RVK, who oversees the other money managers. And based on the performance of this company, there was a recommendation made that this company, Intech, be considered for termination. And so that's where this is at right now, Budget and Finance Committee. And so right now what we could do is if there's Mr. Boo from RVK, if you're on the line, to provide information regarding the recommendation for termination, Mr. Buboga?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Chair Henio. To be specific, this is a recommendation that was reviewed at a December 2021 Investment Committee meeting. RVK presented an analysis with some narrative around the reasons for terminating Intech. I'll cite some of those here. Intech has underperformed its benchmark in 7 out of the prior 10 calendar year periods. And as you also look at the 5 and 10-year trailing periods, if you look at those figures through the end of the year, you would note that they've underperformed by about 1.6% per year or per annum versus its benchmark. Peer rankings, so how is Intech doing versus other large cap growth managers? If you look at their peer rankings over this same time period, going back 10 years, they've been below median for most of those time periods. And those are the reasons, those are the primary reasons for recommending them for termination, because the investment committee looks at managers and looks at a report every quarter. We do have what is called a watch list, and Intech's been on that watch list for several periods now without performance improving over the time that it has been on the watch list. And so therefore we moved forward with recommending a termination of the manager. The portfolio for the different asset pools for the Navajo Nation, you have another large cap growth manager going by the name of Jennison. So assets will be redistributed among the other large cap equity managers in the portfolio to balance out both the value, core, and growth styles in the structure. And that sort of summarizes the reasoning for the termination recommendation that we made late last year, and why we're hearing that today.
Okay, thank you for that response and explanation of the legislation that's before the Budget and Finance Committee. So that defer back to the floor, Vice Chair Smith. Thank you, Chair Henio and your agent. Committee members, any other questions?
Chair Henio, Chair Vice Chair Smith.
Honorable Elmer Begay, you may proceed with your question.
For the presentation regarding the termination of Intech, the investment manager for our whole Navajo Nation Master Trust funds, and including the retirement plan. and reallocated to the Navajo Nation Asset Encumbered Investment Managers. So things like the whole question is during this time, that the whole money that we have, the overall money that we have, which is I'm not sure how much we have with the whole master trust fund. In the middle of this, what's going on about instability of all these marketing that's going on throughout the world, and regarding the oil and gas, and then also the conflict of wars between other countries, and know that there's some, I'm not sure how secure China and others are doing. That I know that they're not favoring us, and I know that they're favoring Russia. So there are big countries that what's going on. That I'm not sure. In the middle of this, which we're doing a lot of changes in. So I know that it's for the betterment of our future fundings we have. The only fundings that we rely on each year, interest that we use. So we're a Budget and Finance Committee, and we're the Investment Committee. So I'm not sure the foreseen of this our future, or this money that we're changing it. And can we do a little? Can you do a little? Maybe to share some thoughts about why we think that it's better to change it right now, and maybe even though it might be how long this conflict is going to be and how long this inflation is going to be, to help that we're doing this at this point, at this time. So that would be my question, Vice Chair Smith.
Hakushita, thank you for that question. Committee members, any further questions? Back to you, Chair Henio. Shana, Vice Chair Smith, and out for this legislation as far as and questions from the committee. As Budget and Finance Committee, as the legislation states, is terminating a money manager. And as RVK had explained earlier, in the past quarters of review, this company, Intech, a money manager, has not been performing. Therefore, if they do not perform, then why do we keep them on as a money manager? We need money managers that will perform for the nation as they are watching over our investments and making sure that these issues that are currently before us, which includes the current state of the investment portfolio and the inflation and the war and the market conditions, that they do perform to the best of their ability to where we stabilize our portfolio to where we do not see any type of huge losses. And so with this company, they have not been performing up to par. So Ebony, now that's why we're terminating their the contract that Navajo Nation has with them, and removing them as part of our money management team. And so with that, the remaining assets would be divided to another money manager as we keep our portfolio moving forward. So that's the explanation I have regarding this legislation, and hopefully I answered the question as far as from Delegate Elmer P. Begay, that all we're doing is we're based on the recommendations from the investment committee to remove Intech as a money manager for the Navajo Nation. If there's further explanation, maybe I'll defer to Madam Controller, is this Elizabeth Begay?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Hinio and Vice Chair Smith, Budget and Finance Committee, and Delegate Bigay's question. There will be up and down in the market. Right now, we're in a correction territory. It's going down, but that's part of the cycle. And Bo can elaborate on that. But this money manager that we're terminating, as Bo stated, they have been underperforming. They're not meeting their benchmark. So as the investment committee, we recommended the termination of Intech. And Bo, can you elaborate on the up and down in the market? Thank you.
Yeah, I think I can help with that. So likely over the last, I want to say 12 years up until the end of last year, we've been on a bull market cycle that's primarily been fed by low interest rates. That's probably the primary cause, but also it was the genesis of the strong market also came out of a really bad recession in 2008, which everyone calls the Great Financial Recession, because of a lot of the risks that would be taken in the real estate markets and other areas. It's natural over capital market cycles to have both bull and bear markets. The expectation with this current market over the last couple of months, where we've seen both bonds and stocks go down, is that it should be short-lived, because if you look at corporate profitability, strength in the corporate profitability has been reasonable. Understandably, global growth expectations have come down a little bit. I think they're around 2.5% on a global basis, and inflation is playing a part in that, and the Ukraine conflict is playing a part in that. The one thing that's different about this recession and why they think that, I guess I shouldn't call it a recession yet, it's not technically, but this pullback in markets, what's different about it is that the job market is especially strong. Typically, if you have a recession, what you have is people losing their jobs. That is the opposite of what we have right now, where there's just a lot of positions that remain unfilled at companies, and it's across every industry. It's not just one particular one. I think it may be particularly harder in some of the service industries, but it's both in blue collar and white collar jobs. And that's the one thing that's different about what we're seeing here. Obviously, there's some headline things with, as we noted before, inflation in Russia, Ukraine, and that. But if you look at the U.S. fundamental picture, it still remains relatively strong. And we expect this to be a relatively modest pullback in assets. And I think once we get to the point where the Fed has increased interest rates to the point that they are comfortable with them, we should see markets stabilize a little bit more. But on the ascent or the increase in the period that we have rates increase over the next 6 to 9 months, there's just going to be volatility, and that's always happened in every past environment where interest rates have risen. Markets are adjusting to new higher rates. Companies that have more debt are going to be more in trouble. Those that aren't will do great. It's just the natural progression of market cycles. You have a good period, and then you're going to have a little brief or maybe a little bit longer, but down period. But markets always correct after that and tend to move positively over the long term. So from our perspective, again, it's not fun to live through these things, but it's part of investing and taking risk that allows you to get the returns that you see for your portfolio over longer periods of time. If you try to guess and move in and out of markets and try to time things, that doesn't typically work. And we haven't found a lot of individuals or institutions that have been successful at that in our experience as consultants over the years.
Sheikela, thank you for that response. I defer back to the committee, Vice Chair Smith.
Budget and Finance Committee members, have any questions for this legislation?
This is Delegate Yellowhair, Pro Tem Chair.
Honorable Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, no, give it the floor. I think we need ready to vote. Kitty, the bonnet, Kitty, Pichon, honest, so that on it. So, John, what is that? What a yarn, kid. Even in now, a hot hole, a cook, they don't pay that it as in Saudis, not that for councilman, being the committee. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you for that comment, Che. Committee members, ready to vote?
Oh.
I'll go shoot around the horn. Roll call vote. We have a motion and second.
Honorable Elmer PBK, how do you vote?
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer PBK votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty, how do you vote?
Shabaza, Delegate Crotty, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knesba Crotty votes green. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Pro Temp Chair Raymond Smith Jr., you have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Pro Temp Chair not voting. Pro Temp.
Thank you for that roll call vote. 5 in favor, none opposed on legislation number 0080-22. Budget and Finance Committee is the final authority. Motion has passed. Moving on to the next legislation, number 0081-22. Shada, could you read that into the record?
Shatila, Vice Chair Smith. This is a proposed standing committee resolution, 24th Nomination Council for the year 2022, introduced by Jamie Henio, primary sponsor, tracking number 0081-22. An action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee approving the termination of the UBS Trumbull Property Fund as the Navajo Nation's investment manager, and approving the liquidation of the Navajo Nation's assets to the permanent fund and the citizen fund that are currently managed by the UBS Trumbull Property Fund. The exhibits are there that are referenced in the legislation. No comments on the Internet Public Review document. Vice Chair.
Goshi, thank you for the reading of this legislation. Motion?
Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellowhair. Motion, second.
Delegate Begay.
Honorable Elmer Begay seconds the legislation. Committee members, questions? Any questions from the Budget Finance Committee on this legislation?
Yeah, this is Delegate Yellowhair. Shatul.
Che, do you have a question?
I don't have any question, but this is the same as legislation 8080-22. Yeah, but not on being a committee. Over in the chaka. But we have not kid even share also my comments. Thank you. Aaron, thank you for co-sponsor. Henio.
I'll go to Dr. Che for enlightening us on the legislation 0081-22, just like the prior one that we had passed. So if there's no questions, committee member, I'll call for the question. Round or horn?
Honorable Elmer PBK, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer PBK votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knesba Crowdy, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
Henio votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knesba Crowdy, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Deja, this is Delegate Cardi, and I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knesba Crowdy votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Pro Temp Chair Raymond Smith Jr., you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. Pro Temp Chair.
I'll go shake hands on Sherelle for helping us out with this afternoon's legislations. We have 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Motion carries on this final authority by Budget and Finance Committee. At this point in time, we are completed with our legislations for the Budget and Finance Committee. I will turn the floor over to Chair Henio. You have the gavel.
Vice Chair Smith, thank you for chairing the meeting on the legislation that I had sponsored. Budget and Finance Committee. Moving forward to the next item on our agenda, which is case scheduling a joint work session with the Health, Education, Human Services Committee related to a request to comprehensively streamline external grants and other financial matters from the Division of Social Services relative to proposal legislation 0020-22. So I thought even that I work session okay, and to schedule a joint work session with the committee. So Peggy, do you have any information and possible dates that we should be looking at?
Chair Henio, at this time, I haven't had any recommended dates from anyone. The Health, Education, Human Services Committee, I guess when they were reviewing legislation 0020-22, which is an amendment to the Division of Social Services Plan of Operation, that when they were debating that's when they decided that they needed to speak with Budget and Finance on streamlining their external grants. So they wanted to have this discussion, but there were no recommended dates from the chair or vice chair. So it would be up to the Budget and Finance Committee to make those recommendations. I guess, you can select a couple of dates and make those recommendations, or just select one date and make that recommendation to them.
Shane, thank you, Peggy. Our next committee meeting is next week on Tuesday, May 3rd. So therefore, after that, we have May 9 to the 13th, which is relatively open. If the committee wishes to look at May 9th, and give that recommendation to the committee, maybe we can move on that. That's just to keep things moving forward, as a recommended date. I don't, if maybe there are other possible recommended dates that committee has. The floor is open for questions and discussions on this item. Committee members?
Chairman, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
May 9 ko na bilang so neto Zoom meeting that being a committee. So I agree with May 9. Kasi kala that's not 24 being a committee. I go May 9. Turn the floor back to you.
Chair
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. With that, Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Chair, May 9th is on Monday. Ashbiga. Is it going to try to be keeping our meeting on Tuesdays, which will be May 10th? This is my question.
Our next committee meeting is May 3rd, the week before that. So the May 9th, May Monday go there. So that's the day we could recommend to the committee, SC committee, for a work session. May 3rd is our next regular meeting, which is next Tuesday.
I'll go with it.
Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you for allowing me to say something here. This case, they has this meeting that you kid called Vice Chair, Chair, call that no. I'm not going to we'll be setting up a date and then they might have other commitments that day. So I don't do this so the work session bandi and that they ARPA funds on that call issue in the charges. That'll be how this session and I think that we should just have the HES committee next week shape by those see when they can fit their schedule in. And then maybe we can fit our schedule in there. And this case. Thank you.
Kashina, Vice Chair Smith. Their next meeting, Peggy, when is the next Health, Education, Human Services Committee's next scheduled meeting? Because ours is May 3rd. I believe theirs is on Wednesdays, maybe possibly May 4th, or it might be tomorrow.
Go ahead.
Peggy?
Chair Hinio, I believe that they do meet 3 times a month. And I was looking for the legislative calendar. I know that they have, I think it is I think it might be tomorrow that they have their meeting. And then the first week, the second week, Wednesday, it's always on Wednesdays, I believe. So it'd be May 4th, May 11th, and May 25th. And then for this month, I think it was April 6th, and then April 13th, and then the 27th tomorrow. I believe that's their schedule. I was trying to look for that legislative calendar. Okay, so the second revision for the calendar, or the third revision, shows HES has a meeting tomorrow, regular meeting, you're right. So it's the first, second, and fourth Wednesdays of every month.
Katrina, so I haven't called for a motion and second on this action item. Therefore, as the committee, floor is open for a motion and second if you wish to keep moving forward on scheduling a date from the Budget and Finance Committee, or as Vice Chair Smith had recommended, to defer back to the Health, Education, Human Services Committee, and they have them give us a recommended date. So I'll leave it up to the committee if they wish to motion a second for a date. Committee members, this is an action item, so there certainly needs to be an action taken unless if it's deferred to the Health, Education, and Services Committee.
Chair, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll defer to HES if they could provide some dates. Thank you, Chair.
A motion by Delegate Amber Kizanspah-Crotty to defer this back to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee to give us some possible dates. Is there a second?
I'll second Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay seconds. Therefore, any questions, comments regarding this deferment? Sherelle, if you lead us in a roll call vote.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kizanspah-Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kizanspah-Crotty votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Chair Jamie Henelia, 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting. Chair.
Thank you, Adnan. Thank you for the roll call vote. My 4 in favor, 0 opposed, the Chair not voting. With that, we'll move forward to the next item on our, that takes care of all of our business items. So the next item on our agenda is we go back to the reports. Report section, we have item A, vaccine and medication for livestock producers, presented by Mr. Leo Watchman, Director for the Department of Agriculture, Division of Natural Resources. Mr. Leo Watchman, are you on the phone call here? Mr. Leo Watchman? On Leo Watchman, first call. Leo Watchman, Director for Department of Agriculture, second call. Leo Watchman, Director for Department of Agriculture, third and final call. Okay, there's no answer, so there's no report on item A. We'll move forward to item B, update from a controller regarding hardship assistance. Medical Controller Elizabeth Begay, are you on the line with us?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Budget and
You have
Finance.
the floor.
Yeah, I emailed Peggy a one-page memo this morning regarding my report on the Hardship Assistance Program Status Report. To start, I would like to first report on the ARPA Hardship Status Report. So just a background information, the council appropriated $557 million to assist 345,000 Navajo adults, minors, and seniors that were negatively impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. As of April 26, 2022, we disbursed checks totaling 306,507. So there's a remaining budget for 38,493 enrolled Navajos to receive the hardship assistance under the ARPA program. So based on the budget from the 557 million, the total amount of checks disbursed, $509,755,600. So there's a remaining budget of $47,244,400 to assist approximately 38,000 enrolled Navajos. We do have some concerns. The first one regarding the CARES Hardship Assistance Program. Based on our bank reconciliations as of the end of March, we identified 1,071 uncashed checks from hardship to recipients that were mailed back in November and December 2021. Those are the recipients that received the $1,500 per adult and the $600 or $500 per minor. The uncashed checks amounted to $1,269,550. These checks are deemed expired or stale dated. So those that have not cashed their hardship to CARES fund check, they need to submit it back to our office so we can reissue them because they're now stale dated. With regards to the senior hardship, we identified 2,905 uncashed checks. Those were the checks that were mailed back in January and February of this year, 2022. The uncashed checks amounted to $993,887. The January checks has already expired because it's only good for 90 days. So it will expire the end of this month. But for the February checks that we issued, it will expire next month. So for those seniors that receive the senior hardship, that's the $342, they need to cash their checks or else it will become stale dated. For the ARPA return mail, we have 7,912 returned mails from the ARPA hardship assistance checks. So this concludes my report, Chair Hinyo. By the way, I just want to add that there's ongoing check distribution drive here in Window Rock. It's being held at the Sports Center complex at the Navajo Nation Fairgrounds. We're open from 8 to 4, Monday through Friday. And there is also an upcoming check distribution drive at the Eastern Agency chapters. Those residing within the Eastern Agency chapters, we will be at NTU this coming Friday from 9 to 4 to do the check distribution, just the residents of Eastern Agency. And next week, we're scheduled to be at the Northern Agency at the Shiprock chapter to do the check distribution for the residents of Northern Agency. there is also a technical assistance drive scheduled in Denver, Colorado this Thursday and Friday, and Saturday as well if needed. The Office of Vital Records will be on hand with OOC to distribute checks for those residents of Colorado near Denver. And of course, the Vital Records will be there to assist the Navajo residents with their CIB or to do enrollment for those Navajos that have not enrolled. I was informed by the Vital Records that there's approximately 25,000 new enrolled Navajos since January of this year alone. So the population, recorded population for the Navajos are increasing. Last statistics was 411,000. So there are going to be more Navajos that will be enrolling because of the hardship assistance program being offered under the ARPA hardship assistance program. So that concludes my report, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Controller Elizabeth Begay. Is there a motion to accept the report?
Mr. Chair.
Delegate Yellowhair, motion.
Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay. We do have a motion and a second, so therefore, floor is open for questions. Any questions from the committee?
Chair Henry, I got a question.
Okay, one at a time. Who has a question? I think I heard Vice Chair Smith and Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is that correct?
Oh.
Okay, Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Delegate Yellowhair. You have a question?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go in this order. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Then I think I heard Vice Chair Smith. And then Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. So Delegate Elmer P. Begay, you have the floor.
Thank you for that, Chair Henio. And also the Madam Controller Begay. Thank you for your report. So I'm looking at it right now. So under concern, the CARES bank account reconciliation. So if there's still a balance in the CARES funds, is it already expire in that? And is there going to be any money that's going to be reverted back to federal on that? This is my only question. Then the only one I have is I'm not sure if you can be available to. I have other questions besides the hardship is regarding the Tisto chapter. So that would be my other question. So I'm not sure if we can be still on the line after the meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Vice Chair Smith, do you have a question?
Yes, I do, Chair Henry.
You have the floor.
Yeah, Chair Henry and Budget and Finance Committee members of the Navajo Nation, and those that are listening with us, and Controller Ms. Begay for providing this written report memorandum dated today. It does clarify exactly where we're at. Navajo Nation Council appropriated 557 million to assist 345,000 adults, minors, and seniors that were impacted by COVID-19. So we underestimated. And the underestimation, what you have said is there's 25,000 new CIB recipients. So we added to the population, and if you add those numbers up, you were saying that the population is possibly 411,000 folks. Is that, wait a minute, I think I'm getting my figures wrong here. If there is a additional folks that are going to be applying, and we're only budgeted up to 557 million, yeah. And right now we distribute 509 million, and the remaining is 47,244,400, which is the remaining of 38,493 recipients. Now, if you add that up to 25,000, we're having a deficit of a certain amount. My question is, during the time Navajo Nation Council appropriated this is a number that was provided, 345 adults, minors, and seniors. That was how ARPA funds were given. It counted each of the CIB folks that had CIB active. Some may have applied, some may not have applied. There's already some that already do have CIB, but they might not have applied. And they're saying, well, I'm okay, I don't need to apply for the $2,000. But the additional 25,000, what's the estimation on that? Do we have a number of adults? Do we have a number of minors? And adults, of course, will be getting $2,000, and minors will be getting $600. So there's that legislation that we're trying to pass regarding the ARPA funds, and one legislation is specifying that we'll put more dollars into the hardship account so that we're covering all the folks that are looking at the COVID-19 pandemic hardship assistance from the ARPA funds in regards to the $2,000 and also the $600. So what I'm saying is, if we just go at this rate, all we're going to pay out is 345,000 individuals, and we're not including the additional 25,000 new CIB recipients, and plus more regarding the population. And you said that the population is possibly going to be 411,000 more than what we budgeted for 345,000. So there's actually 66,000 that's not going to be provided to hardship, and it's going to be folks that are going to be very, very upset, not only at your office, but also at the three-branch government, saying, well, there was monies. I wanted to be part of that. And now I'm getting told there's no more after the remaining balance of $47,244,400 has been dispersed, and everybody that was budgeted at that amount for 345,000 individuals. So the question is, to the Navajo Nation Budget and Finance Committee, how are we going to address this? That's going to be a big concern coming up here, especially when school starts. Graduation starting. I'm sure folks would like to use that $2,000, $600. And once we're out, we're out. And those recipients that we're hoping to get what they're going to be getting is going to be troublesome, even for me, because I do represent 5 chapters, and I'm sure there's a lot of folks in my chapters that are looking towards being assisted, not only in this area, but now nationwide. So that's my concern and question. And how do we offset that? I think maybe we should drop the legislation and get additional funding. But that legislation that's going to be funding, I think at $120 million. Mark Freeland's Honorable Mark Freeland's legislation. It's including the new CIBs and the ones that are at least cover 411,000 more of our population, which is good. We're getting bigger, and the more numbers that we have, we can justify that we need additional dollars for the Navajo Nation. And well, thank you, Chair. Back to you.
Vice Chair Smith. I'll do one more. Delegate Jimmy over here, and then I'll defer back to the Ms. Begay. Delegate Jimmy over here.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Chef, to the Chairman. I just want to say, first of all, that thank you very much, Acting Controller Elizabeth Begay. I would say the job well done. I think we do save a lot of money not using a consultant like we did before. So we're doing a good job. For me, we're still cleaning up payments. Some of the payments are still here. Some addresses are different, and the check are still here with the Navajo Nation. That still need to be cleaned up a lot. So I don't think we're going to be overexpended because of maybe just a little bit of money we needed. That's just my. I have no much. I'm not very concerned about it. It's just that we just need to catch up with some work with. Still some checks needs to be mailed off, so we can clean up the books. So get a real, original, very educated balance should be come before us, Budget and Finance Committee. But we're still going on. A lot of people still in line up there because they're still waiting for their checks. So there's a lot more to go, we just keep going, and then we'll be there to catch up with all the work under a acting controls operation. Thanks for your report. On the national report, Elizabeth Begay, 24 being a committee. Thank you very much for concerns and not we'll need to catch up with work with Elizabeth Begay. Doing your best as you can. Chairman, being that committee. Those two was chairman, don't he? My colleagues being a committee. I want to it always ready to vote on what we have on the agenda. God bless.
Chair Henio, this is Peggy.
Jimmy Yellow here. With this, before I defer back to Ms. Begay, Peggy.
Thank you, Chair Henio. I believe that Mr. Ron Duncan, he's with Vital Records, may have additional information to provide. He was trying to speak when people were saying they wanted to ask questions.
Kashina, thank you for that information. I'll defer back to Madam Controller Elizabeth Begay for a response, and then I'll see if Mr. Duncan is still on the line.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for all the questions. First question, Delegate Begay on the balance for the CARES. As of today, we do not have available balance for the CARES fund. As I reported, there are thousands of uncashed checks. So if the recipients of these uncashed checks don't deposit or cash their check, then that will be a savings that have to be returned to the U.S. Treasury. So we encourage all the hardship to recipients to cash their checks, or those that's already stale dated, they have to come in and to our office and so that we can replace their checks. And the question from Vice Chair Smith, when the Navajo Nation Council appropriated the $557 million based on our records for the CARES hardship assistance, we gave out 320,000 checks. So 320,000 Navajos received CARES hardship assistance. And based on that, we recommended to the council to budget 345,000 Navajos, thinking that there will be 25,000 new enrolled Navajos that will apply for the ARPA hardship. That's where the 345,000 budget came about. But as we are now processing applications for ARPA hardship, we found out that there are additional Navajos that did not apply under the CARES, and they are now interested in applying. And on top of that, there are Navajos that never applied but are now enrolling. They did not have a CIB, so they are now enrolling and applying for the ARPA hardship. But of course, as we process all these ARPA hardship, we are also working closely with the vital records in cleaning up their enrollment numbers. Hopefully, once we complete this ARPA hardship assistance program, we will have an accurate number of enrolled Navajos. But Mr. Duncan is online connected, and he can explain the new enrollees and all the other issues with the vital records. And Delegate Yellow Hair question, based on the budget, there's still 38,000 Navajos that are budgeted, and we have not processed their checks. So that's the one we're working on right now, as well as we requested OPBP to allocate the additional funding. We estimated 411 Navajos will be assisted under the ARPA hardship. So there's a request of additional 120 million. That's the legislation is being sponsored by Delegate Freeland on that. So we're trying to cover those unbudgeted Navajos that did not receive the CARES hardship assistance, and of course the new enrollees. And the 411,000 projected Navajos that will be assisted under ARPA hardship, I believe that that is a good number to work with, given the issues with the vital records but of course, we will not be able to make a conclusive number of Navajos until we complete this ARPA hardship assistance program. And the application period ends December 31st, 2022. So we anticipate more Navajos will be enrolling under the vital records to get their CIB number so that they can qualify for the ARPA hardship assistance. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Elizabeth Begay, for that response. And there was questions regarding enrollment. Mr. Ron Duncan, are you on the line?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Yes, I am.
Okay, if you would provide information regarding the activities of your office regarding enrollment numbers as we move along with this in this day. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Ron Duncan, and I'm the program manager for Vital Records with Navajo Nation. And I just need to comment on the projected enrollment count of 411,000. Right now, our current enrollment count is 405,195, and that's fair. That's as of last week. And so we do expect that that amount to increase, but my understanding and hearing Controller Begay's report, that's a projection. So, but as far as the current enrollment count, that's 405,195. Okay. And some of the things that are happening here with Vital Records, I know that we are working with the folks over at Hardship, and so that's actually, we are working in cooperation. I've got 4 accounts set up for the Hardship staff so they can access our enrollment database. I also have access to the Hardship portal, and so I monitor that every so often too. And I know that you've seen the lines that are out there, and people wanting to pick up their checks. And there's also that issue of duplicates or shared CIBs. And that's an issue that we need to take in consideration with the folks from Hardship. And I actually do have a recommendation for that. I do know that the last time the Hardship portal information was updated was back in January 2021. When I was working with the former consultant, I did daily uploads of our enrollment database, and that hasn't happened for a while. I did do a preliminary check of enrollments that we had done in 2021, and I did that by just randomly picking out birth dates in 2021, and they're not showing inside the Hardship portal. So we need to update the information in the Hardship portal with the most recent enrollments. And in doing so, I believe that will help resolve some of these shared or duplicated enrollment numbers. I know that in our system, when we do exports, there are no duplicates, okay? And somewhere along the line, duplicates were introduced by either the manipulation the data in creating a new database, okay, or the character recognition when these are paper records were scanned. I also know that the paper application process, some of that information got fouled up with a sorting error of sorts, and so I know that that information had to be re-entered on a very fast timeline, and that's possibility of errors being introduced there. On the other hand, too, our staff have made mistakes in doing transposition of numbers. And the last source of where mistakes could be introduced is when people self-report their enrollment numbers. So people just don't know the enrollment numbers. You ask them what their CIB number, they kind of guess, they kind of get it right or not get it right. And sometimes that information floats up. But in summary, we just need to update the Hardship portal information with our latest information. And I believe that will help reduce the number of people who are waiting outside, having issues with duplicates or shared enrollment numbers. Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Duncan, and thank you for joining us on this call. I'll defer back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Cardi.
President, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm looking at Acting Controller's report, and some of this information is not in the report. What I'm going to request, because hardship assistance, if we're providing our opinions, this was passed and approved in January, and leadership, we're inundated every single day of multiple emails on individuals who have not changed their address and have not received their checks. I don't agree that this is successful or we saved money, because the type of mental anguish that we're imposing on our people is horrendous. I understand the staff is doing the best they can. I think this committee, and that's why I'm not going to support these reports until this is fixed. There has to be accurate information given to the committee, and what's being presented to the committee is disturbing. We're not modernizing our system in a way that works best for our people. I think in terms of, we anticipated the amount of relatives that we had out there. And so we need a system that can reflect that. And you can't have just a handful of folks do the work and put in the hours for this type of job. This is a management issue. This is a leadership issue. This is a President Nez issue. For every concern that we get, someone should be reflecting and saying the decision we made not to bring in additional support, not to build up our internal structure, someone needs to be responsible for that. And it's not the hardship workers, but I would say acting controller, you're part of the issue when you decided not to have a consultant. And I'm not sure if that was made off of your experience as an accountant and looking at a cost benefit. But I don't understand why you wouldn't invest in your system to provide relief to the people. Why wouldn't we invest in modernizing this system so we get away from triplicates, so we get away from people having to come into Window Rock or Tuba City or having this team go to urban areas? It should be modernized in a way where we have a virtual system. I don't think this has been a success when it comes to logistics. It's been a nightmare. And I think in terms of how the money is going to come forward, President Nez needs to be honest. Chaco did not sign that form for hardship. He did not sign that increase. If we have the numbers that we need to create enough, what we need to have a nice buffer in terms of who we anticipate to apply for hardship and how we move forward in that should be our goal. And this committee can lead that way. I think now with delegates who did not even support the hardship, to say now this other legislation is going to fix the issue. I just think I have to, the elephant in the room. There was no support from Chaco in signing, and that's on the record. You can look at the resolution. Blink. And now to make this attempt to say, well, President Nez is going to save or bringing in additional funding, that's political banter. Because logistically, it's not set up in a way that's helping our people. And we still have funding available. And I support that funding to go directly to the people so they make the decisions what's best for them. Because obviously there's a disconnect from what decisions are being made in Window Rock and how that's impacting our people. The anguish that we're hearing, we have people across the United States contacting anybody that they know who knows a delegate to try to get answers, who've called every number multiple times, who've emailed multiple times. We could get a report from legislative staff. How many calls are they receiving a day because people are just trying to get answers in the status of their check or trying to get their updated information? And I think what's also critical is how are we going to support vital records? I could look at the ARPA and see, are they receiving any additional support to modernize their system? Because we're talking about the hardship now. What's also important on vital records is that when it comes to scholarship time, when it comes to if there's one of our children in the system and they need a quick turnaround, if they need to notify the nation, for future census and understanding the dynamic of our people. And from this hardship, we didn't gather any other additional data that could help us. So I think if we could just have an honest conversation, but I know that's hard to have. But I think this committee can look at what is the funding that's needed and how do we continue to support our people who are calling us? Who's going to be accountable to that? Those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Again, Student Dow, for your questions. I'll refer back to Madam Controller Elizabeth Begay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Question by Delegate Crotty. As I said, that when the Navajo Nation Council was introducing the legislation for the ARPA Hardship Assistance Program, we relied on the data that we received from our previous consultant that handled the CARES hardship assistance. And on that data, it shows 320,000 enrolled Navajos were assisted. And the data shows, of course, their information, their CIB, their name, and their address. But when we start processing this ARPA Hardship Assistance Program, we found out there's so many errors that we have to clean up the data. That's why we did not outsource the distribution of the checks for the ARPA because we assume that we already have the information. We only need to change the amount from $1,350 for adults, $450 for minors to $2,000 for the ARPA and $600 for the ARPA minors. But we found out there's a lot of cleanup that we need to do. And we work on that. That's why we were able to issue today 306,507 checks. And the remaining were the one that we're working closely with the vital records to correct their CIBs. We found out that those Navajos that sharing CIBs, they were assisted with CARES hardship because the processing of the checks at the time, it was outside the Navajo Nation accounting system. But now that we're doing the processing of the checks in-house, there's controls in place in our accounting system that if we enter the same CIB for different individuals, it will get rejected. So that's the one we need to clean up, the sharing of CIB by different individuals. Of course, there's also a cleanup done on the address. We don't know how these Navajos that receive CARES receive their check if there's no contact information. That's probably why there's a lot of checks from the CARES that went stale dated, expired. That's why we use 16.5 million to do the supplemental senior hardship, because those checks were never cashed. Either it did not hit the correct address because the database that we're doing has incomplete information. So there's a lot of cleanup that we have to do. And I agree that maybe next, if there's a next hardship assistance program, that outsourcing it will be a better route, even though it will cost the nation millions because of all these issues that we uncovered with the ARPA hardship assistance program. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gay, for the response. Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? If there are no further questions or comments, we can call for the question.
Yeah. So.
Danita, so call for the question.
Okay, I'm unmuted. This is Delegate Brown.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Yeah, thank you. Budget and Finance Committee. I have my constituents who are listening to our meeting, and I do, and this is a repetitive question, but with all our people that are listening to our meeting right now, that's the same thing where we're asking, but they again want to know, Madam Controller and the Controller's office, as you know, our people are, as much as we tell them to be patient, but I guess they do try to call the Controller's office on the hardship checks and also sending their email address. They're still waiting, but I guess what is the best way for them to file or just to check on their application for their family on hardship? There's no response, and I do understand the shortage. I don't, for myself, I do support in hiring an outside company to help with this and with the hardship check. So with this question, if they're calling or is email the best? And the second part to this question would be, how many more individuals, how much more information people do you know, Ms. Begay, how many more applications are there waiting to be processed? So we can kind of gauge and kind of have an idea on what that's going to, how many people are waiting for their checks. So if you can let us know, and is it going to be worth hiring an outside company to help you in processing these checks? So again, people are waiting. I feel for them. And I know you're also doing your best. How can we help you? Should other Navajo Nation departments come in and help you, help the controller's office to produce these checks? So we're sitting here, and how can we help? So those are my questions. And then also, is there any time soon that you will be coming? I would invite you to Kayenta, to bring the checks out also. I noticed in one of the reports a couple weeks ago that the Nahoto address, those were going in wrong. And so a lot of our people in our area were not getting their checks. And the other one was Farmington. I don't know why, but I know from Western Agency, if we can have you come to Kayenta, I will invite you to come out also. And however way you want my help, I am here on standby for you, the controller's office. So those are my questions. Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, thank you for that question. Back to Madam Controller Elizabeth Begay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the question, Delegate Brown. Regarding what's the best way to contact our office, calling or emailing? Well, both. We do have a number, and that we're working with the NTUA to establish a call center, if you will, to help us manage the calls. And we're still working on that with the NTUA. And with regards to issuing checks, the leftover that we have not issued checks, they need to be cleaned up. We just cannot issue checks if there's a problem with the CIB, if there's a problem with the address, or if there's a problem with the names. Those are the data we inherited from the database that were provided to us by the former consultant of OOC. So those issues need to be addressed first before we can issue checks. That's why we're working with the vital records to correct the CIBs. We're trying to contact the applicants to get their correct address or their full information, because those are the issues that have to be corrected first. With regarding to the Kayenta check distribution drive, we can schedule Kayenta. We can come up with a date. I can ask our hardship team to work with you on the check distribution drive for the Kayenta residents or surrounding areas near Kayenta. That's the one we're trying to resolve, these uncashed checks from the hardship to and the return mail. We need to get them to the hardship recipients so that they will not become stale dated. So, Mr. Chair.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for the question response. With that, Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Budget and Finance Committee members, any further questions?
This is Delegate Yellow here,
Delegate Jimmy O'Hare, you have the floor.
I just wanted to ask about the how many employees still working for controller on this hardship? I noticed that we hired like 50 or more. How many do we still have working on hardship checks? These employees, how many are on board
Sylvia, back to you.
Gina, thank you for that question. Madam Controller?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair and Delegate Yellow Hair. Right now, we have about 30 temporary employees working for hardship, and we're still hiring. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. And also, I did hear Mr. Ron Duncan requesting to provide a response. So therefore, since it's still within the preview of the controller's report, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget Finance Committee. My recommendation, like I said before, is to update the information within the hardship portal. That would make it easier for the hardship staff to receive the most information from us. It can be either incorporated or kept on the side, but it's a resource for them to look up CIB numbers and such. Alternately, too, what we can do is that if we can receive a list of all these duplicates, a big list of whoever they are, we can correct that and provide that back to the folks over at hardship. So they also have that as a reference. And the reason being is that people really don't have to wait in line to deal with these duplicates. If the hardship staff have the right information at their fingertips, they can proceed on with the application process. We just need to supply the correct information. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that updated response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? If there are none, we call for the question to accept the report. Senator, I'll repeat again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair Henio, around the Madam Controller Brigade. Thanks for the report. And I believe that I think I don't know that we still have the same concern ever since we started getting the approval of the hardship funding. So it's taking this long, and every day that all delegates we've been receiving a lot of questions see if anybody can help them out. We mentioned that there's everybody calling the office, but nobody's answering, and there's some people that want to know how they can go about it. They have email access, but who can they email them? And there's really nothing there to I guess to talk to them or to contact them, and how they could go about it to see their status. So it's really I would say that it's really poor that that the way it's being handled, this hardship funding, and people are I would say that they're suffering, and really sad that some of them received it. They never received it because they were deceased before they could ever get their check. So it's just a really hardship again for them. So I don't see no plans really coming in. We've been asking for what the plan is going to be, how it's going to be. I know that ever since President Naz reported that he's going to hire all these people, all these workers on the Navajo reservation to start with to help with this hardship, but they know that we all know that how slow the Navajo Nation is. I don't know why we were relying on that. In the first place, that we should know that the DPM, it takes about almost 6 months to hire people, and I don't know why it was like that. So my question is really that So can you give us a report of that $17 million that was given to you for ARPA funding to hire people, or how you can do it? And it's taking too long. I'm waiting for, maybe I thought you would get a consultant to assist you. So up to this day now, that people are still asking the same question, and we just say we answer the same answers that we get. Is we don't know. We're just going to contact you, so we'll let them know. And so we've been contacting you. I've been contacting you with my emails. I don't know who I would email to. There's nothing that say if you have any question, email these people or contact these people. There's really not working. Because how bad it is. It seems like I don't know. It's really ridiculous right now. If you're looking at it, like where people are still waiting, asking that maybe 2 out of the family haven't received any hardship check yet. The people are just waiting, and it's really bad. I don't know how it can be fixed. You never mention anything about how the plan is going to be. It's going to be like this, and how long it's going to take, and things like that. So it's just how they have to live like that. So that's my concern right now. So I don't know. They've never seen the plan for all this hardship and all this ARPA funding. That how it's going to work again too. I don't know how long it's going to be for people right now, because I'm saying this because one thing that I wanted to ask you too, another thing, is that Tisto chapter, and people there are waiting for some fundings. The people that are working on that building there, that we just went through our construction meeting, saying that the Arviso contractors, the construction, say that they haven't received over $700,000 in outstanding since February. The reason why is that the hardship checks were the priority of the Navajo Nation and the Navajo Nation Council. So that's the last answer that they got from OOC and also the OMB, saying that they haven't get payment yet. Right now, they're frustrated. The contractors are frustrated that they don't know that if they can meet the construction date too. So I don't know how all this is just a big concern. I'm not sure how concerned you and the Navajo Nation, the leadership of President Nez. So that's one thing that I wanted to bring that concern that we have out in Dalcon and Tisto area. So thank you.
For the questions to the presenter. With that, Madam Controller, this is Gay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Bigay's questions. First, the disease. I got a clarification from DOJ that the checks payable to deceased individuals must be returned back to the office of the controller. So that's a definite statement that the families of deceased hardship recipients will not be able to get the hardship checks of the deceased individual, and DOJ advises to make that conclusive. And for the construction contract with the Tisto facility, we have different sections within OOC, and the excuse that we're focusing on the hardship is not correct because there's a dedicated hardship team that's working on the hardship assistance program, but other sections within OOC, they are doing their regular responsibilities. So I need clarification on that. It's not the hardship that's holding up the contract, if you will. Maybe there's other reasons for that. But if you can give me more information, then we can research what's happening to that contract or to the payment. And again, we're working on remailing these return checks once we get their correct address. And of course, some hardship recipients prefer to come in person to pick up their checks. So that's what we have encountered. And there's also other questions that they need clarification. So that's why we hired more people on that that check distribution drive. We're doing that. And of course, now we're open at the Sports Center at the Navajo Nation Fairgrounds, so we can assist in person the hardship recipients applicants. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that response, Ms. Begay. With this, we'll move back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Are there any further questions, comments?
I know.
If there are no questions or comments, we'll move to accept the report, as we have two more than reports that we have before us. So that, if there's no questions, Sherelle, if you would lead us a roll call vote to accept the report.
Honorable Elmer Begay, how do you vote?
I will agree.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba Crowdy, how do you vote?
Shadeja, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knezba Crowdy votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Chair Jamie Henyo, you have 3 in favor, 1 opposed, and 2 not voting. Chair.
Lashina, thank you for that roll call vote. 3 in favor, 1 opposed, chair not voting. So that we'll move forward. We have accepted the report. Thank you, Ms. Begay, for providing the report to the committee. And next is Mr. Dominic Bial. Are you on the phone call, Mr. Dominic Bial?
Yes, sir, I am.
Thank you, Mr. Bial. And you have the floor to give us an update on the FY23 budget process.
Okay, members of the Budget and Finance Committee and others listening in on the meeting regarding the subject matter, which is an update on the fiscal year 23 budget activity and the process. I submitted a short report this morning and sent it to members of the committee as well as to the advisor and various others. And I intentionally kept it brief So to start with, hopefully most of you, if not all of you, have that document in front of you. There's a short cover memo from myself to Budget and Finance Committee. It's dated today. The subject matter is an update of fiscal year 2023 budget activity. And there's just 2 sentences really, which reads as follows. Attached is the initial and preliminary budget calendar dated 4/5/22 for the fiscal year 2023 budget process with a status statement for those activities up to now. The activities are behind because not all information has been provided. About 80% of the needed data has been provided. Nevertheless, we hope to have the budget instructions manual ready for review by May 2nd or 3rd. That's next week. OMB will keep the BNF committee and the branch chiefs informed on this schedule. So that's the short memo. Now the attachment is, it's marked Attachment A. You'll see at the top of the page, it reads Preliminary Fiscal Year 23 Budget Process Calendar by OMB dated 4/5/22. So this is a copy of the original report given to the BNF committee on April 5th. Now in yellow is the status update information of where we are on these particular areas. So the first one, again, at the top of the page in yellow, it reads revised and updated 4/26 day. So number one, the key date was March 31st for the controller issuing the fiscal year 23 revenue projection at the second quarter end. The status, this was completed by OOC on 3/31/22. Number two, April 8th, OMB issues a request for fixed cost budgets, and those budgets would be due April 18th. The status that OMB has completed the request memos sent to the various involved programs. Number three, April 8th, OMB revises, updates the annual budget instructions manual due by April 25th. The status says revisions to the BIM are not completed due to key information not submitted, i.e. the rates, the schedules, the personnel information, etc. Those are the various sections contained in the BIM. A number of programs have to review it and provide any updated information. And all of that collectively would be inserted into the BIM, and then the overall document will be complete. Number four, April 25th, which is this week, the branch chiefs meeting to review revenue projections, planning allocations, fixed costs, external match amounts, and prepare the agreement. The status reads, because not all information is available yet, a branch chiefs meeting has not been scheduled. Permanent fund interest amount for budgeting was submitted by OOC on 4/22, which was this past Friday. So those are in yellow are the status remarks, comments, and updates regarding the first four areas. Now, number 5 and on down is the rest of the process, and that hasn't come yet. So I'm not really going to get into that very much. That's still forthcoming. But in conclusion, the way my memo reads is we have fallen behind. About 80% of all the data and information has been submitted. But until it's submitted, we can't finish the BIM and other pieces of the budget pie. For example, another example is the indirect cost recovery. That's not done. The external fund cash match amount has not been completed. We've heard some tentative amounts, but they're not official as yet and ready for consideration. The reason that's important is because, for example, in the fixed costs, a number of the fixed cost budgets also get IDC. So they need to know what their IDC allocation is projected to be. And then the general fund portion of it can be modified or adjusted accordingly to provide full funding for that particular fixed cost budget. Those are just a couple of examples that hopefully will enlighten the committee as to all of this activity. Now, I know you heard from the controller in prior meetings about the revenue. The revenue projection is $21 million more than what it was in 22. So that's the good news. And then, as you heard me say in my report, the permanent fund income interest amount became available, which is $40 million. So our budget will be about $198 million. At least that's the revenue that's available. That represents the $21 million increase. However, the preliminary figures from the fixed cost group of budgets, and this is typical, they usually at first submittal, they come in on the high side. But when we consider their expenditures to date, they can be adjusted accordingly to try to arrive at a better and more realistic figure. And again, that's where the IDC enters into this. So that's the update. That's the status of the budget work that we've been doing up to now. Mr. Chair, committee members, that's the update again in less than 10 minutes. Thank you.
Mr. Bale, is that the extent of your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there a motion to accept the report?
Delegate Begay.
Motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Is there a second?
Delegate Yellowhair, second.
Second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. And with that, floor is open for questions, comments. Are there any questions for Mr. Dominic Bell? No, yeah. Call for the question to accept the report. Okay, with that, Cheryl, do a roll call vote to accept the report.
Okay, Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty, how do you vote?
Shabeja, Delegate Crotty, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knezba Crotty votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Chair Jamie Hinu, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting, Chair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Okay, with that, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Chair Jamie Hinu, you have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and Chair not voting, Chair.
No.
Thank you. Thank you for the roll call vote. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, Chair not voting. Thank you, Mr. Bial, for your report. And with that, moving forward to the next item on our agenda, which is update on COVID external funds received by the Navajo Nation. Programs Department overview the process to expend the funds presented by Mr. Cordell Shorty, Grant Contracting Officer. Mr. Shorty, are you still on the line with us?
Mr. Chair, I am on the call.
You have the floor to provide the report.
Okay. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I sent the report to Peggy around 2 p.m. today. I hope she forwarded it to you. Do you have it yet?
There's a request. Do you have committee members? Do you have a copy of the report that was sent by Mr. Shorty?
Oh.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
The first document I'll go over is the one marked M2 BNF committee report. This is the cover memo. Okay. The memorandum, it has today's date, October 26th, written to Jamie Hinu, Chairman, Budget and Finance Committee, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. From myself, this is a report on COVID relief funding allocated to the Navajo Nation. And there's an Exhibit A, which is the FMIS budget expenditure report, as these are numbers as of yesterday, April 25th, and regarding the subject funding, which consists of what's called COVID-19 funding. Then there was the CARE Act, and more recently the ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act funding. And the content of the report is explained at the legend, which is at the top of page 1. The rows, the column, what information is in there. And this report is on what's called active accounts. These are business units on which the end dates are continuing, have not ended, or if it ended, the account is in closeout process. It hasn't been put out in active category yet. The report is in 3 parts. The first is funding COVID, CARES Act, or ARPA monies that were made a part of the funding agreement, or the funding that the program operates with. For example, that there's funding on here for the report shows CARES Act money allocated to tribal enrollment. So CARES Act money was added to tribal enrollments, AFA funding. Then there's CARES Act money, there's ARPA money that were allocated to the nation too, that were not made a part of the grant agreement of the respective program. So the program that received funding and added to the grant agreement includes judicial branch, community programs and community development, in Department of Education, General Services, Department of Health, DHR, Human Resources, Public Safety, Social Services, and I'll go over those numbers and grants when I get to the budget expenditure report. Then there's CARES Act money, the $715 million that the Navajo Nation received. All of that has been expended, with exception of a couple
areas that shows balances, and those are in the closeout process. I included it just so it's a record that's money that was made available for COVID relief. Then there's CARES Act fund or ARPA funding, and page numbers where those are reported or referenced in each of the three areas. The agenda also called for an overview of the process to expend funds. The officers involved in the process and their role are provided below. So I'll go over that real quick. The budget on executed award between funding agency and the nation is entered into FMIS by contracts and grants. A transmittal is issued to authorize use of the budget. Award is accepted through 164B review. The grant application also is subject to review. The procedures on the review are spelled out in FY22 Navajo Nation BIM that's adopted by BNF. So in order to expend budget, it has to be a part of an executed award. Executed that is signed by a Navajo Nation, the president is authority, and then the funding agency will have an executed agreement, and then a budget for the amount of the award. That budget is entered in FMIS and program given the go ahead to expend the budget base as authorized by transmittal. Then it's in the program's hand to achieve the purpose of the grants, which is item 2. Achieve the purpose of the grant and expenditure of the budget of the program based on the following. If there's personnel positions budgeted, then hiring and filling those positions or continuing employment of those personnel is based on the requirements and Navajo Nation personnel policies. Then pursuant to Navajo Nation procurement rules, the program initiates purchase requisition to procure budgeted goods and services. So there's a budget, there's already a plan on how those will be expended. So based on that, request is initiated by the program. And that goes to Office of the Controller. Office of the Controller deems the requisition sufficient, then a purchase order is issued. So the program wants to procure some equipment, make sure that's in the budget, and that's the check that Office of the Controller does. If the equipment is not in the budget, then it gets it's not processed, it's returned to the program. So those items have to be in the budget. Or if it's a service contract, consultant services contract, make sure that's in the budget. And the review on proposed service contract is done through the review process. When there's a PO out there or a contract, then the vendor delivers goods and services to the program and invoices the nation for the cost of that. And Office of the Controller, their role is to process the purchase requisition. If it's sufficient, then issue a PO or execute a service contract. Make payment on the invoices, posts financial transaction in the business unit and the account on which purchase is made, and does the financial report. One is internal a report for the use of the nation, which is FMIS, and that also provide a report to the funding agency based on provision in the grant agreement. So that is the process. We have to have an executed award and a budget with that that's in the FMIS. Based on that, the program expend what's in the budget to deliver services, carry out the purpose of the grant, and then reporting done by OOC. The other document is Exhibit A, which is a summary of the budget expenditure report on funding. So page 1 of that, at the top, this is a report on externally restricted fund, COVID-19, CARES Act, ARPA. This report is as of numbers as of April 22nd. Earlier, I said April 25th. I got the report yesterday, and this is the numbers in here as of last Friday. And at the top is a legend on what the report consists of. Column A is this index numbering. Column B is PE, post-edit code. In some areas, you will notice in meaning cannot post-transaction. Pretty much the account, the end date has come, but the closeout is in process. And then the company number, that's a number assigned to the grants by the nation FMIS numbering system. And then the contract ID, this is a reference number on the grant issued by funding agency. The start date, the end date of the grant, the K number assigned to the award, the title of the grant, the amount of award, initial award is in column I. J is revised if there's any change into the initial award, and that's shown in column J. The amount expended, open commitment, the balance available, which is amount, the revised budget in column J, less expenditure, less open commitment, that balance, and percent expended shown in column N. So the green rows indicate summary by division or branch or offices. So the first one is tribal grants. This is a 638 contract, so a judicial branch got additional ARPA money on their 638 contract. Then the next section is community development. HIP receives ARPA money, the amount shown there, and a block grant program, ICDBG, also receive some CARES Act money. The next category is DOTI on row 18, and all the programs under DOTI that receive COVID relief money are listed from row 6 all the way to row 17. Next is general services. There's a little error on this one. As we speak, the funding to transit on row 20 and 21 in TSA dot, that program is not a part of NDOT, so that the numbers on those business units should have made a part of the NDOT report. But at the time the program received the funding, it was still under general services. Then the next category is row 25 and continues to the next page. It's 41 is money that in DOH programs receive Department of Health. And the next is the Division of Human Resources, row 43 to row 51. Most of these is funding that Vital Records Program, Office of Vital Record, received $1 million, and it was for purposes social services program and frontline workers essentially. Then Division of Public Safety also receives some. The program Division of Public Safety receives some funding. Those are listed from row 58 to row 17. And then at the bottom of the page is funding that in DOH program or social services program received from row 25 to row 97. And then NDOT from row 99 to row 113. And a summary is shown there on row 117 to row 125, and the total is highlighted yellow. On row 126, it shows the total CARES Act, COVID-19, and ARPA funding that the programs receive in addition to the regular program funding. As shown under column J is 110 million, amount expended 30 million, 7.9 encumbered and balance remaining of 171 million plus. Then the CARES Act money that the nation received, a summary of that starts on row 17, again sorted by division and branch. The first green row indicates the amount that's allocated to judicial, and the next line is the Office of the Controller. It continues to the next page, top of page 4. Summary that OOC receives on row 137. The amount that community development receives is on 142, and community development, economic development, is on row 148. General services is on 148. Department of Health 153. Natural resources on 155. And the total CARES Act funding is referenced by yellow highlight on row 157. The revised amount, 714 million, and the same amount expended. There's a few dollars in open commitment. This is on the amount allocated to controller and the available balances and the deficit. As I indicated, this account and funding is in a closeout process, so the final report will show zeros on the amount shown for open commitment, available balance. The next section is on ARPA money. On row 159, the total amount allocated is shown, the 2+ billion. The amount is set aside for contract support services and regulatory costs, as it was called, for executive branches, 187 million. For legislative branches, 20 million. A total of 207 million for contract services. And the amount available for project covert relief is 1.8 billion, which is the difference of 2 billion that was allocated, less the amount of contract support service, 207 million. So 1.8 billion was available for projects. Of the 187 million allocated to executive branch for support services, the amount allocated is shown starting on row 164, and in peach cell it says executive branch. So all the programs that receive an allocation are listed in column H. Office of the President is the first one listed there. The amount allocated, 25 million, 337,000 expended, 469 encumbrance, and 49. So all of the programs that receive an allocation are listed from row 164 all the way to row 185, which is the next page. So the total allocated, 132 million. There was 187 million set aside for executive branch. 132 million has been allocated so far, and later you'll see the amount still available for allocation. Rows 190 to 211 is a listing of funds allocated to projects, defunded projects, NTUA projects, and so forth. And the purpose of the program, the funding recipient are listed in column H, the amount allocated in I and J, amount expended in K, L, and available in column M. So the total amount allocated is on row 213, 212. The amount is set aside for projects, that's 724 million plus has been allocated. So the total allocated, the executive branch portion of 132 plus the 724, that equals 887 million has been allocated of the 2 billion. So the amount available for allocation on row 215, 2.2 billion is still available. The next line, controller's office reported there's an interest income on the 2 billion, which is 248,000 so far. So that added to the amount available for allocation, 1.2 million. Is the adjusted amount available for allocation is on row 217, 2.2 plus billion. And the breakdown on the amount available for allocation is shown on row 219, 220, and 221. The executive branch, the amount that has been allocated is 54.7 million. The set aside was 187 million, 132 million allocated so far, so 54 million remains to be allocated. Legislative branch was the amount of set aside is 20.7 million. We haven't received a budget for any of that yet, so the full amount remains to be allocated, and there's no budget on that. Amount available for project, 1.1 billion still available. 1.8 billion was the amount left after the contract support funding was allocated to legislative and executive branch. So 1.4 is still available. The total available, 2.2 billion. Of the 2 billion that was allocated, 887 million allocated so far. The total funding is on row 224. COVID money, CARES Act, ARPA, amount that went directly to the programs, the CARES Act and the ARPA, the adjusted amount on the column J, or the revised amount, 3 plus billion. The amount expended, 1.2. 443 million encumbered, 1.6 billion available. So far, the total expenditure is at 44% of the total amount allocated. Back to row 214, the ARPA money shows that 28% of that has been encumbered or expended, and 72% available to be expended. So that's an overview of the funding that the nation was provided for COVID relief through either COVID funding, which is the title of the funding, then the CARES Act money, and then the American Rescue Plan Act money. And on the ARPA money, you will notice that on row 193 is the hardship assistance. The amount that was allocated, 557 million, 508 million has been expended, and 48 million remaining. Earlier, the controller provided a report on that. Usually, the numbers that we report and what the controller office report are different. The reason being is timing. At the time the report generated is usually not the same time. Our report may be a day late compared to controller's report, and that's usually why there is a difference. So that's an overview on funding the nation received for COVID relief. Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Shorty, for that report. Navajo Budget and Finance Committee, any questions? Is there questions, or is there a motion to accept the report? I'm sorry.
Vice Chair Smith.
Motion by Vice Chair Smith. Is there a second?
Delegate Begay.
Second by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. With that, any questions, comments for Mr. Shorty? After no questions or comments, I'll call for the question to accept the report. So let's go accept the report. Sherelle, if you lead us in a roll call vote.
Okay, Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knezbach Crowdy votes green via text. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Chair Jamie Hemil, you have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 not voting. Chair.
Thank you for the roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries to accept the report. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shorty, for being on the call with us. And with that, moving forward to next item on our agenda is close of business. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Yellowhair.
Motion by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair to adjourn. Is there a second?
Delegate Begay.
Motion by second by Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Any questions, last minute comments before I call for the question?
Chair. Yes.
Peggy?
Just to ask you a question, I wanted to find out who made the second on one of the reports. I meant to ask you and I didn't get this, and that was on the controller's report, number B. Who made the second on that report?
I believe it's Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
Okay, and then I did send out, the second item I wanted to mention was I did send out information from the investment committee that potentially there may be an investment committee meeting on the 18th of May. So they wanted to see if the Budget and Finance Committee could keep that date open. So I sent you an email, everyone from BNF, an email on that. I just forwarded the email from the investment committee staff.
Okay, thank you. I'll note down my calendar.
Okay.
With that, any further comments or questions? Or if not, I'll call for the question to adjourn. There is a motion and a second. Sherelle, if you lead us in a roll call vote to adjourn.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knezbach Crowdy, how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knezbach Crowdy, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Knezbach Crowdy, how do you vote? Honorable Chair Jamie Hemil, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 not voting. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that roll call vote. 3 in favor,
zero opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries. We are adjourned at 4:44 p.m. Thank you, everybody, Budget and Finance Committee, for a good, productive meeting. Thank you, and have a good evening. Safe evening. Safe evening.
Thank you, everyone, for being in attendance to the Budget and Finance virtual meeting. Chair Hinio, I will have the committee reports. Also, Vice Chair Smith, the committee reports will be ready tomorrow. Most likely by 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock sometime by then. Just FYI, will you be available to sign them?
I probably won't stop by until Thursday. I have a meeting in Alamo tomorrow. I'll be in Alamo tomorrow, but Thursday morning I should be here.
Okay. I think that would work. I can't remember if there's a Navi meeting, so we probably have to hustle it if there is. I don't think we have. Oh, the other thing why I forgot to mention to the Budget and Finance Committee was that Thursday at 9 o'clock, we have the joint meeting with Law and Order Committee. Remember that? So I'm going to be posting the agenda and also doing the Zoom invite. So don't forget on Thursdays that joint meeting. And this is regarding the judicial branch legislative concern.
We don't need a quorum.
No, we don't need a quorum for it, but it's just a reminder that we have that commitment and it was approved. Ashbila, are you going to be available? Besan Nasha. Okay. Nisha, Chair Hinio.
Yeah, I should be available. I'll be here in Window Rock in the morning to sign the committee reports. Then I have to cut across the Alamo. I mean, told you after that, but I'll be on the call.
Okay, so that's at 9 o'clock, Isha. It's supposed to start early. And let's see how it goes, I guess. All righty. Well, thank you, everybody, for your participation. And you guys have a safe evening. Take care. Go on that.